like to welcome everybody to the April 1st Town Board meeting. Please stand and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Slota?
Here.
Mr. Simonis?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Hulbert? Mr. Warden?
Here. Comments or concerns in civil tone without the use of profanity, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior which may result in offender's removal from the meeting. The speaker shall not be interrupted except for a matter of urgency. If anybody would like to speak tonight, we are going to have a public hearing at 6 p.m. for the children's home. But if you'd like to speak on, yep, up to the microphone, please. Thank you.
Hi there. Is this on? You can hear me, can you?
We can hear you.
Good. My name is Lisa Bennett. I live at 103 Trafford Road with my husband, Philip Bennett. And I'm here in regards to the parcel of property that runs adjoining our lot, which is the Paper Peterson Road. Back in August of 2025, my husband came in, he presented paperwork that he had obtained from the highway superintendent, I think it was back maybe 2016, reflecting that the road would never be developed and nothing ever happened with it. At that time, the attorney, his name was Van Wine, said that the issue was the road was never deeded to the town, therefore the town has no right to sell or give it to him. So in the meanwhile, I've done some research. As you know, Broad Acres Addition was mapped out in 1924. Priorly to that, it was the Quinn Farm. In researching deeds, I've researched every deed to every abutting property to this paper road. I did find some deeds that mention lost deeds. And I'll tell you, if you go down to the clerk's office and you start searching in the 1920s, there are deeds missing. But I did find a deed from 1927 where James Quinn deeded to the town of Shenango certain parcels of land for street purposes only. As far as I can tell in this deed, it covers parcels between Front Street and Trafford Road. A second deed I found in 1944 in which the Arcade and Company deeded to Savage and Merrill, referencing title and interest of all streets, roads covering parcels between Trafford Road and Savage Road. So it is my belief that that parcel of land very well could be owned by Savage and Merrill, which was dissolved in 1991. My husband has lived at 103 Trafford Road since 1968. He's been there all his life. In 1995, he was deeded the property from his father. In 2005, he purchased 2, 4, and 6 Peterson Road, which are the empty lots on the other side of the paper road. In 2014, he purchased 100 Savage Road Rear, which is the parcel that's behind this paper road. All these properties connect to this paper road. None of them are developable because NYSEG has power lines running. They're small lots, and the power lines run right through the middle of them. And basically, the ones on Peterson Road are a swamp. He installed drainage on that paper road so that we don't have issues with our house. And if you look at Trafford Road, there are drainage issues on Trafford Road on this end of it. There are no ditches. Right now, from 101, probably 3 houses down, it's a pond in the road. There's potholes in the road every year because the water runs off that hill terrible. So the ditch that he's installed that runs through this paper road basically saves the corner of Peterson and Trafford Road from having, decay every year. In 2016, he put a shut up on this paper road. He was fined for putting that shut up, not because he put it on the paper road, but because he didn't get a building permit. However, Since that time, that shed is now listed as an improvement on the taxes for 103 Trafford Road. At this time, I'm requesting in writing some correspondence to what the next steps would be to obtain this property. Or a meeting with somebody. I did attempt to call your office a couple weeks ago, and I never got a call back. I do have copies of the deeds. I mean, I have the deeds if you want to make copies of them, if you'd like to look at them. That's about all I got.
Okay. All right.
Want copies of the deeds, or,
If you want to submit them to the clerk's office, you can.
I'm sorry?
If you would like to submit those to the clerk's office, you can. He can record them in.
I can, well, I know you probably can't leave now.
But, no, exactly. You don't record, I'm taking record the correspondence in, is what I meant.
No, I mean, I know you can't leave now, because I'm not giving you my copies, because I had to pay, I have them made. But I can stop in tomorrow if you want to make copies of them.
Sure.
That sound good?
Yeah, no problem.
And so somehow I'll get some feedback on this? Because we did back in 2025, when this transpired then, we did consult a lawyer. However, there's not many lawyers that really want to get involved in this kind of stuff. But a lawyer was going back and forth with the town's lawyer. It came to the point where our lawyer was told that the town was requesting that we pay for a deed search. My question there was, so if this deed search comes up empty, then what? I mean, we don't have any problem paying for it, but then what happens? And there was never an answer after that. So I really would like to hear something from somebody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak tonight? Come on up.
Good evening. I am requesting that I be able to send updated hazard communication policies to the board and to the two unions, and that be put on a future agenda topic so that we can get an updated policy for SDS sheets and right to know. That's it. And if anybody has any questions, why? Our current policy is from the safety manual, and it is woefully out of date. It still refers to the SDS sheets as MSDS sheets, which were changed in 2012. Thank you.
I do have that information on the supervisor's report.
Okay.
The old one and the updated one. Okay. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing nobody else, we're gonna move on. We're gonna start out with old business, 5.1 wastewater treatment plant updates. I don't believe there is any, unless you have anything, Greg?
There was 2 startups today, one at Lowe's and one at O'Shea's lift station.
Okay, good. Good to hear. All right, 5.2 salt shed engineering discussion. I know it says it's in the highway report. Do you want to discuss it now, or do you want to wait till the highway report?
Highway report.
Okay. All right, moving on, 5.3 secure vestibule.
I only got as far as emailing the board what the latest sketch was with the RFP to compare to it. That's where I left off with that thing for you guys. I don't have a report for it tonight.
Okay, did everybody get the email? I saw the email come in.
When did,
It was just
Didn't
today.
come
Just
in
this
as of-
afternoon, right?
oh. I don't doubt that it came in, I just didn't,
Yeah, but we can push
Okay.
it on to the next meeting.
we can, but I thought that was part of what our top, Alex, wasn't that supposed to be done for the agenda for tonight?
Yes.
And is there a reason why it wasn't? Because we're just kicking it down the road another 2 weeks.
I missed the time frame to get it in.
Okay.
Okay, nothing else on that?
I guess I want to know, like, We got a very preliminary diagram of what the engineer thought that he thought we wanted, but I guess it's not what Adam thought he wanted. So are they gonna come up with a plan, and then we get it sometime where we can tear it apart? Or how does this work?
Gene had asked me to write up a comparison of the scope to what we were given and then chase it from there. That's where it was left last.
And if you did that, I think the board just needs to look at what that is
It's there.
and address it at the next meeting. I haven't looked at it, so.
Yeah, and Alex, the accompanying document here, this is the RFP that went out, right?
Correct, not
So-
my back and forth comparison.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need a minute to
Yeah.
look at this too,
Well-
because within the RFP, just a fast glance at that layout.
Yeah.
I do have some concerns with that.
Yeah, we
As
need
well.
to put it
Yeah.
on the next agenda.
So, yeah,
Everybody needs-
there'll be a discussion on that, so I think we need to put that to the next meeting, so everyone has a chance to go back through that RFP and really look at that vestibule layout.
Okay.
Okay, all right, we're gonna move on then. Move on, there's no new business, so we're gonna move down to 8.1, the highway report. Mr. Crock?
So there's multiple things there. First one, as requested, I'm requesting, hopefully you guys can see that, to sell 3 pieces of equipment surplus. One 2011 dump truck with a plow wing, a 2005 350, and a 1990 Ford Moen tractor with the boom and extra attachment. So I'd like to get that, if we could, as a resolution prepared for next week, for next meeting, to have those 3, so I can sell those 3 on Auctions International. The second item is, I'd like to go ahead with that 2011 and go the purchase of a 27 single axle plow with wing. I want to bond it. So I'd have to get a bond resolution, get prepared for next meeting also, if that's okay with you guys. I have, by 2027, I have 4 of them coming off already. So within that schedule, I should be fine with payments on these. And it does meet the replacement schedule of the 15-year replacement on the trucks. The third one is the operator position that I had posted for. I have 11 applicants. I have not started any interviews yet, due to, I just need to make sure we're okay with getting the money moved to the accounts lines where they need to be, and then I can start my application or my interview process. It's all there listed.
Why is that dependent on you doing your interviews?
Because this is the extra spot that I don't have a payroll for, so I would like to be able to, if we have one that's really applicable, or to be able to offer the job at the same time under this same point, and make sure I have the money in there ready to go. And this is all out of the highway funds, so just a matter of me moving, you guys authorizing me to move my money around.
Darren, under the same category, you're showing a need for fund balance. Is that for this position, or was this kind of an overall global piece between all 3?
What was that? Sorry, I missed it.
And if I go to paragraph 3 at the end there, you have a need for fund balance. Is that for this employee?
Yes, and it'd be a one-time, because this is just to get me through till whenever,
So there's an overlap.
it'd be an overlap of that,
Okay.
yes. So that's why.
So
Until-
all of the funds above, you just need to reallocate into these categories. And the only effect on your budget is the 12,000.
Yes, obviously showing in there the sale of equipment that we're putting on, the 3 top ones come in roughly, if I can get 30,000 on those. That's what I'm figuring on, roughly looking at prices of what those sales should be. If not, it could fluctuate a little bit, but that's out of the highway fund
So
balance.
your total need is 42.
Yes,
Okay,
out of fund and should be able to offset with the sale of equipment, which I'm estimating at 30,000.
okay. So the only way that fund balance need could be affected is if you exceed or do not exceed
Correct.
the sale.
Correct.
I didn't see where these transfers were in the resolution for tonight.
I don't have any resolutions for tonight. These are all items to discuss, so we can have resolutions for 2 weeks.
That's what I wanted to make sure of, that
Yeah,
these
they're
are
not in the
Nothing
budget
is for
transfers,
tonight.
no.
This is all to be discussed, so we can get it ready for the next meeting, hopefully, as long as we're all in agreement.
So you're not gonna do interviews for 2 weeks? You're gonna push that off for 2 weeks?
Yes, because I'd like to just make sure if I don't have the money there, I don't want to do interviews and not have money ready to hire somebody, later on also.
I'm not trying to convince you.
No,
to
no,
do
no,
anything.
yeah.
I just wanna understand.
Nope,
So,
I don't plan
okay.
on it until I know it's there, ready to go. That's
Okay.
just the way I'd like to do this for that.
All right.
When do you think this person might start working?
2 weeks.
I'm hoping either the beginning of December, the beginning of May, sometime in May. I'd like to, no later than June. But I can't guarantee, depending on if anybody's available, like when they can start also.
And
Dave, can you check if your microphone's on
And
also?
this ultimately would fill
The retiree.
the retiree that's happening later in the year. So next year, we do not need to worry about
We
this
won't-
budget.
This won't be correct.
Okay, that's what I thought, just confirming.
Yep.
And again, what's the overlap on the position?
When does your guy
In
gonna
terms of
retire?
months, are you,
In terms
must
of
be 6 or
months, it's
7.
probably going to be, I don't know exactly when he is leaving. He,
Is it before the end of the year?
yes, as of right now, yes, he's leaving before the end of the year.
could be a maximum of 7, or
could be.
it could be as little as 5.
It could be. And I may not even start this person in May or June either. If this guy tells me that, hey, I'm not going to, this will all decrease the amount, I just want to be able to have money, go, get the interviews, and then hopefully the process works its way to when the guys,
But
somebody
if you've
can
looked
tell
at
me.
these 11 applicants, I wouldn't suggest just putting it off, maybe losing some good applications
Yeah,
for a
'cause
month.
I have a few.
I don't have a problem with it. You have plenty of money.
I would
to
move ahead
fund
with
balance.
this. I think you've got some good applications there, and I would hate to see them move on to something else just because we were dragging our feet.
It's fine, I can start
Well,
interviews if you guys, I just am trying.
I
follow a
get that, but
process.
I'm concerned about the fiscal responsibility of double positioning something for 7 months that does not seem responsible as far as a cost goes. We're doubling up on a position, and that's just outside of what I would expect to be a normal training period or even, an onboarding period. That seems to be excessive, and you've got to go to fund balance to get this. I think that you should be looking at doing this at not having to borrow against fund balance and working within your existing budget.
Well, I think if you had a definitive date from when they would be retiring, perhaps shortening that overlap duration makes more sense, and then it could eliminate the need for fund balance altogether.
Yeah.
All I can say, all I know is, and it is, we've just brought a new, what if this guy doesn't work out for the first 3 months? Then I'm back to square one again, that's my also thing. I also have a guy in
I understand
there
that, but
that we
I
just
think,
brought in.
I think
and
one of the big
training's a
unknowns
big thing with us.
is the unknown retirement date, right? I think it would be fair to,
I don't know
If
why
we
that's.
know that.
Well,
I don't know why it's
the
unknown.
the retirement is, he's
Oh.
going by the end of the year. The
Joey,
date, the
do you
problem
ha-
is when does he actually physically walk out the door? And I don't have that guy as an employee working here, yet he's still on the books, but I'm not having him in the role I'm losing a position.
and what would
guy
that
to work
duration,
time.
what would that duration be? Is it 4 weeks? Is it 6 weeks?
It could be.
It's that
it-
much, it's 8 to 12 weeks.
And vacation and personal time.
And built-up time?
3 months.
Well, the words that everybody is using is it could be or it might be, that isn't,
He intends it. He intends to use his time.
I understand that, but when is the date of his retirement, and how much time is he gonna be gone, and how much overlap is this position gonna be there when there's 2 people slotted for the same job? That's what I'm asking.
His retirement will be the last pay period.
I'm not worried about that, I'm talking about the overlap.
If we prepare him for winter, it would be approximately 3 months.
Approximately is not the answer that I'm asking for.
Okay, and first payroll of the fourth one, which would be in November. I would have to look at the calendar. You've got 4 pay periods in the 2051, 42.100 snow removal line. That's the last 4 pay periods of the calendar year. The point of it is that he needs to come in and he needs to learn the route so we don't have him crashing into a vehicle.
Learning a route and driving a truck are 2 different skill sets. Anyway, conversation, I still have not heard an answer of what that overlap is.
Is 3 months a reasonable overlap of physically having that person here?
Oh, easily.
So is it 1 month then? If 3 months is easily, is 1 month appropriate?
To have him come in here and be trained and everything, I can tell you right now, if the guy leaves in October and walks out the door in October, and we don't train the guy from now until October, that guy will never be in a plow truck plowing snow. Because he won't have enough time behind the wheel to get trained, to get his hours, to get everything in, to meet our stuff so that we can be secured, ready to go on a plow route and know what to do with the trucks.
How many hours are in your policy that he's got to be trained?
Anywhere from 2 to 3 months. I train these guys on our routes, on our trucks, on all our maintenance stuff that needs to be looked at. And it could be anywhere. If the guy isn't local from this area and he doesn't know the town roads in the town, it takes a little longer to figure out where he needs to be and what he needs to do. And I don't know what else to say. I can't force the guy to walk out the door. A guy could come in tomorrow morning and tell me he's gonna leave tomorrow. He's
Yeah, but-
ready to go. He
Yeah,
can
but
go.
we can't anticipate that risk.
That's what I said. I can't
understand
anticipate any of
that.
that. That's why I'm
So
trying to get ahead
at
of the
a-
game.
Right. So at a minimum, you would need someone here August 1st, at a minimum.
At a minimum, yeah. But again, we're looking at applicants that I have 11 of them right now that put an application in. I did this before. I had 1 person. Out of the 5 that I did before, all 4 out of the 5 went and had a new job January 1st, February, and went somewhere else to drive for a municipality. I'm trying not to lose that also. And it would be a lot easier for me, and I get it. This is a predicament that I'm in, and I've been in this when I took it. I have an individual who is a laborer with no CDL, and we have that position locked, so I can't even train. If that person has been here, it's a different story. But I have no way to move him anywhere. He can't drive a truck to plow snow, to haul material, do anything for me other than a pickup and a small little dump truck. And we work with it because I have that position tallied in the civil service. But this is another little thing that I have that I've been trying to work my way around to help offset this. But
Any other comments or suggestions or?
You were willing to wait 2 weeks anyways to do any movement, I guess?
Well, yeah, because this was all just bringing to the table. That's what I was told before I did anything.
So, but you said it's minimum of August 1st would be the,
And that's assuming that the 12 weeks are exhausted by the current employee of not being here, right? And I don't know that. I'm just saying, I'm just looking at hypotheticals at the worst-case scenario. So if you took his 12 weeks and Darren's looking for 60 days for training, that puts us at August 1st. Now, the other part of this too is the whole piece of moving the money is the funds that would be collected from the sale of equipment. Right? That's where you're looking to allocate those funds into these general ledger line items.
Yes, per se.
Okay, so we don't have that money yet.
Well, I do. I have that money.
You already sold the equipment?
No, I have money in my fund balance, a highway fund balance to start the process. It's going to
Oh,
offset.
you were gonna move
I'm
all
going to use my
42.
money from the highway fund balance.
Okay, I
And
misunderstood. I
then
thought the sale of
extra
the
would
equipment.
offset, the sale of equipment offsets my figures that goes back into that.
You're gonna put that back in fund balance.
Would go
And
back
then
into
you
my
would put that
highway
back
fund
in
balance for
fund
When,
1 year.
when is the equipment sale?
As soon as I can get the approval, it's going to take 2 weeks online, and then they sell it. So I should know by the end of the month if we can get that approved, hopefully. Well, beginning of May, at this rate. So I'll have more of a figures on that in May, too, what we sell all that stuff for.
Is there a reason why he hasn't put his papers in to retire, or just?
I don't know. I'm
Okay.
not, I have not asked him, and I'm not in any
I
position
mean, has he
to-
told you he's retiring?
Oh, yeah, he told me by the end of the year he was leaving.
Was there any issue with moving forward with the sale of the equipment first?
I don't have any
Oh.
issue with moving, with the equipment at all.
Neither do I. Sell the equipment. Need a resolution for that?
Next week.
Next meeting, we can do a
We
resolution.
need a
for that.
resolution for everything that's listed today that we want to do for next week, or next meeting.
There's.
Operator
there's
one,
a-
I'll skip.
For item number 2, that there's a lot of financial stuff that has to be presented before the resolution. I mean, the bonding costs, where the money's, there's a lot of stuff that's got to go into for the bond stuff that the board needs to see before we do a resolution. I have no issue with doing it, but it's a couple of meetings away if you get everything in for next meeting to review all that stuff and then prep everything for the resolution for the purchase of it.
I mean, we can't shop this bond ourselves, right? Are we in that same situation as the last one?
We're going to have to
So we're
shop.
gonna have to go municipal solutions and, so there's a whole
Yeah.
process. But I have no problem moving forward with that. We just have to get all the information together.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 4, I was asked by our neighbor that borders the Castle Creek lot in Castle Creek to the, I'm going to say the south of us, about addressing, they have some concerns about the property and that we have a building and some stuff on their property. So they had a survey done. I have their survey in my hands, in my office. I just haven't been able to make a copy of it yet. It's their only one. So with that being said, my recommendation to that would be, again, number 1, I'm just taking the realms on this because the call came to me. And I did talk to Greg about it, just to help out, try to get understanding from them. I think we need to do a survey of our property up there ourselves so we can figure out exactly theirs versus ours and see where there, if there is an overlap, if there isn't, like what's going on, because I mean, I trust what their survey is, but I don't know if the stakes have been moved technically, if that makes any sense, on what was done and then what they put up. Because I've noticed there was some flags put up and now they're not there anymore. And flags can obviously be taken down, but it's just my recommendation. You guys can do whatever, I mean, or whoever you want to deal with this, but again, I did it just to try to help out a little bit and get understanding of what's going on up there.
So the phone call came in the supervisor's office. I called Darren because it's his lot up there. He talked to Greg. Their survey shows going through right through the middle of one of our buildings. So I don't know if that's something, do we need to do our own survey? I don't know the legality of it.
Without seeing any of the documents, it's just a conversation we're having here now, so I think that the town board is owed a review of the documents
Okay.
and a recommendation from Greg and from Alex and to the board before it goes any further.
We just didn't know where to go with it, so
Yep.
that's
That's my
where
opinion.
we're at.
Well,
Okay.
then
So just,
I'll give them the survey to those guys, they can make the copy, because this is their only original one, it's an original from the homeowners, and they want it back, so I tried to make copies of it, and there's only one place, and I didn't get a chance to get down to Binghamton to make a copy.
and this
of
is
that
the south
survey.
border at 1041?
Yes,
Yeah, we need to see that.
so,
Okay.
but,
Darren, I have a large format copier, so if you are stuck and can't get something copied, you have access to that anytime.
okay, yeah, I tried FedEx, and I did,
Nope.
I was just trying to get
I'm
it.
just offering that out
Okay.
to help you to speed something up or make it.
Data flow. I didn't make it to that's the one, data
Data.
flow, I didn't
Okay.
make it to them, I tried, but I didn't have a chance.
All right, we got our marching orders on that one.
All right, I'll pass that on.
Want me to do the next one?
Next one is between me and Alex, but Alex can explain.
So we were tasked with communicating with at least one of the competitors on this and seeing if we could get them apples to apples. So instead of just doing one, we approached all three with the same scope and intend to have all three have their revised or not revised comments back to us by Tuesday of next week. That way it was fair for all three to have a chance to look at their document with the same scope given to them. I didn't want to give it to just one and not the others. If that seemed awkward.
Same with me. That's
Okay.
what my thought was.
And all three are willing to review it and put in a proposal.
All three are still interested, yes.
Okay.
All right. Last one was, I did meet with Nate during last week, Thursday, and we were talking about the contracts for procurement, discussion stuff that's been going on. In front of you guys, I put a paper there that shows some of our contracts and budget lines that they come out of. So I'm wondering if that's what you guys, I'm trying to get some input from you guys, if that's what you guys are looking for me to get started with this so we can get these contracts approved and by you guys. That's feasible information. That's about, we can continue with all of them and every purchaser that we do, and then we get them there. Then you guys, we can get them on a resolution, get them all approved. Just try to help
This
out.
sheet and this package?
No, just that sheet. Sorry, the package was not for you. I don't
Okay.
know where that was, but just a sheet. And that's not all of them. That's just a small scope that we started with. So I was just trying to make sure if that's good enough, that's what we're looking for. If that's good, March, I just want to get that done then and get it off the plate from us so that there's no problems going through the summer here.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
If you could take a look and then just shoot me back an email or let me know on comments and then we can adjust it, that would be great.
We can do that.
All right? I apologize, I didn't get it on the email or to the board, to the minutes, but I missed it, so as long as you guys have it. That's all I got.
In my mind, I don't know if we settled that heavy equipment operator situation. We had a lot of different ideas and stuff, so you're not doing anything for the next 2 weeks, not even interviews? Is that what I got? Or we don't know, or? in those 2 weeks, we might get a better idea when the gentleman actually thinks he might retire, so we got it down on paper, and we got a better angle to get at things there.
I mean,
Is that the way I
it
get
would be
that?
helpful, it would be very helpful to know that. So you're right, Dave, we did not settle on that, and I am not in favor tonight of moving fund balance into those line items. I am in favor with moving ahead with the sale of the equipment and, you know, gathering the information for the purchase of the single axle truck, but I'm not in favor of moving fund balance into those line items tonight.
Would it be a reasonable expectation to have a conversation about what our expectation is on a training period? To give Darren, like, if we all said that we agree that 2 months was a reasonable training period and onboarding period, that
I think that's an important discussion to have.
whenever that person decides his retirement is, which is different than his actual last day of work is. So when his last day of work is, 2 months, for the sake of the conversation, 2 months prior to that, is what we would be looking for dollar amounts for these adjustments. So I think that's my ask.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. I mean,
I don't think I can answer that.
No, I
I don't
think we
can't,
can
I don't
answer it
drive a
right
plow
now.
truck, or I don't know what the training would involve.
Well, that's what Darren already spoke to earlier, that he needed a couple of months. And I live in a world where 2 weeks is all I'm really getting. So I know that that's not the reality for this training, but if 2 months is what he needs for that type of position, it's not 7. And that's a big disparity for me. And I have no issue with 2 months of planning around 2 months. I do have an issue with spending 5 extra months of salary on a duplicate position.
But would you feel comfortable with, because my understanding of this, unless I'm not understanding this, is that this person leaves, they might retire at the end of December, they stop showing up for work the first week of October. So do we give them 60 days prior to the beginning of October?
Yes,
His
that's
last
exactly
day
what
of
Gene is saying.
his last day of physical presence.
Okay.
Yes.
Making sure I understood it correctly.
Darren? 2 months? 2 months?
So that would be
I
the
mean,
August 1st. And then we'd be paying that person for 5 months total. I'll use the term out of pocket because we're also paying the line item for the current position through the first of the year.
Yes, for his
So it's
time.
5 months of salary we need to find from the sale of this item or, the auctions plus whatever else it is.
And that's all in theory until we know those dates. Yes.
Yes, correct. Yeah. And I understand that too. This is a much easier math problem for us, Darren, if we know when this person's actually retiring.
I wish I would too.
Yeah.
No, I'm
All
not-
we can do
not-
is ask.
Yeah.
You get, yeah, let's ask.
Yeah, and there are notification requirements that the employee has to make with the state because of the retirement system. That's outside of this discussion.
Yes.
But that puts it much closer to actually when he's done and gonna start drawing on retirement, not when his benefits for sick time start here at the town. So, I don't wanna confuse those two issues.
Yeah, I'll find out. See what I can do.
All right.
Darren, the other thing that I would ask you to do for this conversation is figure out what is the break-even time frame for you to not have to borrow against the fund balance and not be a budget issue for the 2026 budget.
Okay. Yeah, I'll know more. That'll be easier once I sell equipment.
Yep. Okay. Does that answer your
Yep.
question?
Yep.
Thanks for bringing it up.
Is that a good question?
Yes, it was.
Good work. Good work.
Good job, Dave.
So, we'll also have the salt shed, hopefully recommendation from us on there,
Okay?
because that's supposed to be in by Tuesday. And then we'll have time to look at it, get it on the table with our recommendation, and then hopefully a resolution prepared at the same point as well. Okay. So all of those three taken care of. All right.
And you'll have the survey included.
I'm gonna push the survey over to Alex and Greg.
And I don't. Sorry.
Correct,
don't-
is that what I heard? I mean, I don't care.
I
but-
think they're the ones that are gonna review it.
Greg and Alex.
Yes.
Can we just scan that and send it to us though? Like, I don't need
Oh, no,
a physical copy.
I think that's what you wanted. You want it on the next agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll put it on, can we,
Yeah.
can one of you guys
Yes.
download it on a PDF and, okay, that's what I'm asking. I know
You
we-
have the ability to do that, right?
we don't have the ability here.
'Cause we
I mean,
don't.
I took Darren's comment as I tried to make copies as literal, so that's why I'm asking. Can we just get it electronically?
Well, we were gonna make one copy because it's original that he has. and We want to get the original back to the owner.
The other question is Keystone did it, so can we, do you
Is
want
it
me to reach
copyrighted?
out to them and see if they can send us one? Will they be
They-
able to?
What's that?
Can they send, they can't send someone else's survey to us, can they?
I thought you said Keystone did the survey.
For the homeowner. That's the
Yeah.
one I have it present for me. If we can't reach out to them and have them, Keystone
No,
send it.
the
to
the
them.
homeowner can do that and ask him to send
Send a
send it, but without that, Darren, I mean, just honestly, you've got to drive to data flow, or
Yeah.
you could stop at my office and I could
Okay,
save the $5.50 for the town, and just scan it and email it to the rest of the board members.
all right. I'll get it to you.
And then
Okay.
we can move it along.
All right.
Uh,
So we'll
Thanks,
put
Jamie.
that'll be next agenda.
but
And
when
then
I- but when I
also-
do
I'll
that,
get
I
it
will
to you-
send it.
I'll get it to you tonight.
Okay, and then I'll send it to town board, and I will send it to Greg, and I will send it to Alex, and I will copy the attorney on it, so he's got a copy of it, and the clerk, so that everybody's got it, but my expectation from that would be that Greg and Alex would review it and give the town board a recommendation of what to do next.
Yeah, and also whomever has access to this, give us an idea of when that building, whichever building it is, was constructed.
Decades ago.
Decades.
Everything they discussed was decades ago. Well before.
Well,
we
let's,
were
let's,
here.
let's get
That's the thing.
let's everybody so they can take a look at it and.
That's right. I'll get that to you, Gene, tonight before you leave.
Just
And
copy.
then you can take it, and then I'll just get it back from you, so I can get it back to the homeowner when you're done.
Can you just copy Jody on that too, so we'll get it on the agenda?
Oh, I will.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, I'm good.
All right, any other things for Darren on the highway? Everybody's good?
I've got nothing.
Okay, we got about 17 minutes, so move on to DPW. Can you get it in 17 minutes? 4 minutes, okay.
As you see here, we discussed these sewer pumps last time. There's the quotes and the 2 pumps. They prepared a resolution. Also below that is the dump truck we use for water breaks. The clutch went out on it. There's multiple quotes there for the truck to be fixed. It was an emergency because that's the truck we use for water breaks. We were borrowing one of Darren's while it was down, so we had that repaired as well. There is a resolution there with the 2 quotes.
When is it a concern that you need an explosion-proof pump?
Always.
Oh,
But the one that you are suggesting we get does not have that explosion-proof capabilities? Am I reading that wrong, or?
Nope. The reason why I'm suggesting those 2 are the hopes that I'm never gonna have to use them. I'm
Okay.
hoping by the time I have to put them in the pit, that the new lift station will be up and running. But I can't take that chance if the current ones go down.
But don't you need that rating if you put them in the pit?
The ones that are in there now are not explosion.
Okay, I'm not sure that if it needs to be rated just because what's in there isn't rated, doesn't, If you could just run that to ground,
Yes,
if it doesn't need to be rated,
correct.
then,
Yep.
then that's not an issue. But if it needed to be rated and the equipment that's in place is not rated, then issue is resolved when the new ones are built anyway.
That's all I have.
That,
Unless you want to talk about the next.
what? What's,
A question, what are you gonna do with these if you, I'm asking this question because you said you may never need to use them. What are you gonna use these for? I need to back up. The conversation being, each lift station has got 2 pumps leading the lag. You've robbed Peter to put into one, so now each pump station only has one.
The one pump station that has one is now transferred over to the above ground.
Okay, so that's not an issue anymore. And that pump that was in there can't be put into the other one to get back to the lead and lag?
It already has.
Okay,
My concern is if their used pumps, if they go down before they put the new lift station in, I need a backup.
and what are you gonna use these for if they don't go down and the new pump station comes online?
They're gonna be sent back.
They're gonna what?
Be sent back. I won't have any use for them anymore. They're single phase pump and everything up front, is single phase pump. I don't have single phase anywhere else.
So do you need 2?
I don't, if I don't have to, I can do with one. I hate to have a problem, but I can get by with one, yes.
Do we know what the restocking, what they would do to take it back?
I believe it's only 15%.
I think it's reasonable to get one, and if we have to use it, then talk about having to get something, see when the next, how long out where risk is for another one. That's my thought.
No, I'm on board with that.
no, I 15% insurance policy, basically.
Yeah.
So Greg, I'm looking at 2 quotes here, right?
Yep.
One of them had the 2 pumps on it. All 3 of these line items are single phased. And you're saying they're single phase only where?
On Front Street.
On Front Street alone. So what application would each of these pumps would be in an application on Front Street? What I'm saying is, I'm looking at 3 different pumps.
Yep.
Right? All 3 pumps needed for stock, and
No,
that,
The two, one is, they quoted me a different, brand of pump.
oh, a different,
The
I'm,
Liberty.
I'm sorry, I
That's
see
the
the
one.
Liberties now. All right, one's a Gould's, one's a Liberty, okay.
What's currently in there is
And-
Goulds.
And what's currently in there is not rated?
It's Goulds. I don't believe so, no. I have to look at it, I have to look at the old one that we pulled up. I don't believe so. I don't believe that they were purchased in the past.
So is it your recommendation to select the Gould's?
Yes, that's what's currently in there now.
Okay, and the Gould's that you have quoted here is non-rated?
I think there's 2 quotes in there, I believe, I'm not sure.
I'm
Did the
looking
Goulds
at
have the 2 or the 1 quote?
the one.
Then
One
yes,
quote.
that's what they mimic the serial number for.
Oh, okay. That's why your,
Yes,
your inclination is that they're non-rated?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be on board with buying one of those then. That's for stock, and then, I guess no need for the other 2 pumps.
The Liberty was just, they quoted me that in comparison to the Goulds. That's all.
It's a pretty dramatic difference.
Okay. Anybody else have anything on the pumps?
I don't have anything else on the
I'm
pumps.
good.
We got about 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Can we do the groundskeeper, or?
Yeah.
Do we, the Volvo transmission?
Oh, sorry,
repair.
sorry, I forgot about the Volvo, the transmission.
I've reviewed it, and I don't have any issue with doing the resolution for it.
Okay.
I don't have any issue with it either.
Everybody good with that?
Yeah, the work's already been done.
It had to be done, yes.
Yeah, this is,
So I had the quotes in place before the work was completed. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so we can move on to that when we do resolutions.
Okay.
All right, so you think you can squeeze this in? Everybody look at the,
I seen them after she put them on here. I did give her a recommendation as to wanting to do 6 of the 7 that she handed me. I don't know if she attached that, 'cause I can't see anything here.
There isn't any recommendation that I saw, just the applications.
yeah, I'm not seeing anything other than the applications
And there
also.
was 6, Greg. She put 6.
so is
The
it the 6 you
applications on there.
probably, the 6 you asked for is what she probably put on there, so these are the 6.
But you haven't reviewed these?
She put them on here Friday. I didn't see them because I wasn't here. I was sick. I saw them on Monday. I reviewed them. So I'm assuming she updated it to 6. Because she handed me 7.
Is your plan to interview these 6?
Yes.
And that's why they're on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So is the board okay with him interviewing the 6?
Please.
I'm okay with
I-
6.
I have no issue with that either.
Oh, that's the process?
The board is supposed to review them prior to you doing the interviews.
Tell me that.
Yep.
A little different last.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
All right, we still
And
got
the
some,
interview committee's already set up.
that would be you, you have to pick the
Yeah.
it's usually him and Jody and another,
Usually use
another
Darren.
department head, usually use
Darren's not
Darren.
available, then I would ask Adam or
Nope.
even Diane.
So
Okay.
it's 2 department heads and
Right.
Jody.
Nope, that's fine. Just, I didn't know if it had already been set. That's all. That's all I'm asking.
No, we didn't. I wasn't sure. So-
Okay.
Set it now. All right. That's for Greg.
None.
None.
Everybody see the ordinance report 8.3? Any questions?
I have no questions.
I have none.
Comments?
None, looks good.
Questions, comments, concerns? All right, we'll move on from there. Dog control report 8.4. Take a look at that.
I have no questions.
I have no questions.
None.
Questions on that? Any questions, Luke?
No, it's pretty self-explanatory.
All right.
Barking dogs. here,
8.5
there.
attorney's report. Do you think you can squeeze her in?
Should be able to. Apologies for not getting anything to Jody in time on this agenda. It's relatively short, though. Got a little quiet, which is a good thing, at the end of March. So I attended office hours on March 19th and March 26th, drafted the resolutions for tonight's meeting, and have had some further contact with the county and school attorneys regarding that Shenango, Citizen Shenango's solar lawsuit. And we've presented a settlement offer to, counter offer to them. Haven't heard back yet, so that's just progressing. No further update on that.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Anybody have any questions for Nate?
When would you expect a response from the settlement offer to Citizen Solar, from Citizen Solar? Is it a 30-day thing, turnaround? Would they normally take that long, or was it?
It could be a couple weeks, it just depends. Like, I don't have a sense for how big this company is, how many hoops they gotta jump through to get any authority for anything. I am gonna follow up with the guy. So I wasn't able to connect with the county school attorneys until last week, near the end, and so the counteroffer went out earlier this week.
Okay.
Anything else for Nate?
I don't have anything.
None.
All right, we got about 5 minutes. You want to jump into the supervisory report, and then we can come back to it?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you guys see the supervisory report, you see the first item on there is the firewall renewal from Pyramid. Do you want to discuss you want to put on future agenda, or do you want to just make a suggestion of what you want me to do?
Do you have a recommendation of what you want to do?
No?
Okay.
I mean, I think it's just what John said, that we've done it 1 year, we've done it multiple years in the past,
What was the most recent window of time that we renewed it for?
I can't confirm that, but I kind of remember us doing this a 1 year last year. We budget a year, so I mean, yeah, I think it was a 1 year last year. I would suggest a 1 year, just because that's how our budget goes. And I mean, we'd have to budget it. If we did it for multiple years, when we do the budgeting this year, we're gonna have to make sure that we put extra funds in it.
The savings over 3 years is $75. I don't think that that's
No.
worth going to a 3-year, and then we get into a procurement policy because we're over the amount, we gotta get quotes, and $525, I think is reasonable.
I agree. Yeah, I'd be totally comfortable with having resolution at the next meeting for this.
Do we need a resolution for this next meeting?
We can get one. I mean, the contract ends, I think.
That's fine, we
end
have
of
time.
June.
That's why I
Yeah.
threw it on there as quick as I can, so we'd have
Yeah,
enough time.
or kicking it out, but I'm comfortable with this and not talking about it again until we have the resolution.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
All right, next item. I was sent an email on this property, 36 Fuller Road, just throwing it to the board, which I don't think the town's interested in purchasing any properties.
It's just a tenth of an acre? Is that what it is, or it's small, isn't it?
I believe there's a house on it.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
She's tried to sell it before.
Oh, she's tried to sell it to the town before?
Correct. It flooded substantially in 2018. Is that right? And
18 or 21?
might have been 21 as well. We have a drainage pipe that goes through that area that we have problems with, and the state has a culvert just past their property that has problems receiving the runoff, so they take a beating in our major rain events.
So is that why that's why it came to us? Okay. See, I didn't know the background on this.
Probably why it came back.
I don't know from an engineering standpoint what we would do with it, other
Yeah,
than,
it sounds like a liability to me. I don't see why we'd have any interest in this whatsoever.
I don't have any interest in it.
Okay, that's why just putting it out there. I'm not making those decisions.
No, I mean, with Greg or Darren not having an interest in it, that's a facility issue, so I'm fine.
36 Fuller Road. You have no interest in it?
I suggested the last one.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay.
All right, we got a couple minutes. Do you want to get into the time clocks? The information's on there.
I saw the report. I don't have any questions about it. They're installed and being used, and that's really what I wanted to know.
I have no questions.
I mean, I don't know if I know what I'm looking at. So just to confirm, this is the locations of them. Everybody's using them. We have no issues with these?
This is, yes, Jody went around and put the locations of each of the time clocks that were before the first pay period of the year. And these are a list of people in each of the department that are using the time clock. Elected officials aren't using it, obviously. I don't use it. Adam doesn't use it. I don't believe, Darren, you use it in your department, no.
But your department's using it, Darren?
Everybody.
Yeah, Highway and DPW have their own time clocks over there, union employees. These are the ones that we purchased for the town hall employees.
Okay, so everybody's using this except for elected officials then?
Why don't,
Well, Luke, I think that what is fair for some background is we have the policy written of what the time clocks are for. And I'll be honest with you, when I saw the list, I did not go back to that policy to check, well, to itemize the check, to go back for it to see if these people, these positions here match that policy or not. So, but you should have, everybody should have a copy of that policy.
And that's just the work rules that I'm looking at.
No, there was, because we developed a policy of the number of time clocks
Mhm.
and the positions in the town that were to use them. And that's not in the work rules specific, it's in the policy for that.
Okay. So I just need to see that, because that's where I'm confused, and that's why I'm just clarifying, when I saw this report,
Because there's stuff in the work rules. There's time
Yes.
clocks in the work rules.
yeah,
Okay.
because that's where, because I have this, because that's where the rounding policy that we were talking about
Yes.
several meetings ago at the beginning of the year is. So I was reading this, but once again, that's why I wanted to clarify with all of us here, what exactly am I looking at? Who should be using these? And it sounds like everything's accounted for, but if there's another document that I should be reading here, and then I can, maybe we kick this to future topics so that I understand exactly what I'm looking at here.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll pick, we're gonna go to the public hearing.
Yeah, so
at
whoever
6
has
PM.
that policy, send that to me.
Okay, and then we'll come back to the supervisory report. But this time, we're gonna open the public hearing for the Wyoming Conference Children's Home project on Ransom Road. So we'll let guests speak. Guests shall speak in an orderly fashion or limited remarks of 5 time minutes or less. The speaker shall deliver their comments or concerns in a civil tone without personal attacks or other disruptive behavior, which may result in the offender's removal from the meeting. The speaker shall not be interrupted except for a matter of urgency. Would anybody like to speak tonight? Please come to the microphone if you do. Yep, right there.
Good evening. It's nice to see some of you again. My name is George Dermody. I'm the president of the Children's Home. And I came here with some prepared remarks, which I am going to throw into the trash can based on some things. I've spent about 2 hours talking with most of the folks here, answering their questions, answering their concerns, separating fact from fiction. It doesn't appear that I changed any hearts or any minds. I also have seen some of the potential proposed sites and some of the issues, and I think that those can easily and readily be seen that the only reason that anyone could even conceivably consider those as alternative sites is to say, just move this away from me, what we affectionately call as NIMBY. So I am just going to go to the law. I think the Padavan law is pretty clear on this, and it says that a municipality can recommend an alternative site. The facility has up to 15 days to accept the site or reject it. When a disagreement persists, the facility and the municipality over the suitability of the alternate site, the Office of Mental Health will intervene and render a decision on the appropriateness of the alternative selection. It also says, communities have argued that the opening of facilities will affect such disparate concerns as the overloading the septic system, increasing traffic, eroding of the tax base, and fears by residents over what they perceive to be an unsavory nature of the residents. Yet courts have concluded that these concerns are not valid, and the only consideration is whether or not an overconcentration of facility will result from the opening of the proposed facility. I think we're clear about the Ransom Road site. I think the alternatives, and some of the proposed sites on the agenda, one is 325 feet of river frontage that is overgrown and needs fill before it can even be buildable. So how we can determine that that is an alternative site. I have tried to engage and work with the neighbors of Ransom Road, tried to engage and work with the town and talk about this project, talk about where it's come from, what it is and what it isn't. And certainly in looking at the planning board and some of the original things that were put out that were just, gentlemen, inaccurate about who the residents would be, what it's for, and how it works. So I'm here in a spirit of partnership, working with the New York State Office of Mental Health, but I also believe that the law is on our side. This site fits and works on so many levels, many of which I shared with the neighbors over 2 hours at the fire hall. Some that I've been in their living rooms and talked to them about, phone calls. So this is the issue. And if for any other reason other than we don't, whatever we perceive this to be, okay, this facility, this home will look like a home, will function like a home, it will have a character that blends in, and it will also be a safe and secure place for children and their families. So I, again, want to work in a spirit of partnership with the town. I'm sure you have looked at the case law. Any town that is, any community that has tried to sue has come up short. I don't think we need to go there or do that, and I would think that conversation and communication would be a way to build that, and we have tried in a spirit of partnership to do that. I would hope that the town would do that. I've asked the neighbors of Ransom Road to try to do that, but I have an obligation and a duty, and I'm gonna fulfill that. So we look forward to working with you. We look forward to working as partners, and we look forward to following what is very settled case law. With that, I will end, and I also have our, 5 minutes, our architect here who will give some factual information about the design and the project. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Craig Weidman. I'm an architect and a project manager with Delta Engineers and Architects located in Annettville, New York. To dovetail on what George indicated about the site, we've been engaged by the Children's Home, excuse me, to design this facility for them, and we're at the preliminary, we're at the conceptual stages now. We've submitted a feasibility report that you've seen to OMH. Some things have been modified or changed since we have submitted that, primarily some inner workings of the building. The overall footprint slightly to conform a little bit more to the programmatic requirements that OMH has asked us to look at. So we completed the feasibility study on January 19th of 2026, included a site inspection, program description, scope of work, analysis of codes, some zoning, ADA accessible design, and some preliminary floor plans on this. The Children's Home engaged an independent engineering consultant who required perk tests for the septic and provided a written recommendation. The perk test was performed on October 14th of 2025, resulting in filtration of 1 inch in 8 minutes. Based on the information, the consulting engineer indicated this is acceptable in a conventional septic system. Based on the proposed building size and fixture count, a large capacity septic system is not anticipated for this facility. Children's Home also had the existing well tested, and based upon that, from a well drilling company, the water flow is 7 to 8 gallons per minute with a horsepower pump that's existing. Based upon the programmatic, this floor plan, it's gonna require a new well. Even if you were gonna do a house, 7 to 8 gallons per minute is not gonna give you substantial water that you would need for a single family residence. So the options are either re-drill an existing location or drill in a new location for that well. We provided a topographic survey and we cited the house on there, which is what you're portion of that is what you're seeing on the site. On this, as you know, the site at Ransom Road is higher at the road and slopes down for this. So we've positioned the building in such a way to take advantage of the existing wall that's there and some of the existing amenities on the site. Depending on what's gonna happen with the site, we may or may not need a SWIP if we have over a 1 acre disturbance on this. There's existing barn and gazebo on there. Gazebo may be reused depending on how that's gonna work or not. Based upon this building and this site, as you can see, this is a 1-story building, residential character with a full basement that's gonna have storage and gonna have utility space underneath this. The construction of this is gonna be typical residential construction, 2x6. We're looking at 2x4 interior walls. We're gonna have gypsum wallboard. We're gonna have trusses and conventional framing on this, cementitious siding on this. You're not gonna see a garage on here. There's not gonna be any, there may be some slight parking overnight for some of the counselors, but that's it on this thing. The floor plan, the footprint is 4,728 square feet, 4,728 square feet, and the basement is 3,264, 3,264 square feet. So on this, you basically have 6 bedrooms, you have 2 accessible bathrooms, and 1 more accessible for the building on this. And there's offices, and there's kitchen, so it functions as a residential building and what's it intended to be, and that's what we're looking at. The codes on this are gonna be 2025, and it's gonna comply with all the energy codes, mechanical code, electrical code, and so forth on this. The town zoning indicates that you have to have so many parking for multifamily per residence. The teenagers who are coming here, they're from in crisis, they're not gonna be driving. So we may have to have a discussion with the town with regards to the parking requirements, because it's gonna be for staff and deliveries on this, and for maintenance staff and counselors. But again, the residents are not gonna be driving, there's some teenagers who are gonna be here on this. Other than that, I mean, we trust that this information is gonna help you make a further decision on this. But the whole gist and the idea of this building is that when you drive by, the comment in my mind would be nice residents. That's all the attention that we want to draw to this. The idea is not to draw a lot of attention to this residence, but make this as a single-family residence in context with the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak? Come on up.
All right. So, hi, my name's Matthew Ross. I live up on Ransom Road, 182. We do appreciate Chow spending time with us at the fire hall. And to his point, he really didn't do much to quell our concerns. One, we're still seeing changes made to the design. So really kind of hard for us to comment when, you know, it goes from 9,000 square foot to what it is now, but it's still got a large basement that could be retrofitted. So there's a concern there. It's also understanding that it's funded for a 5-year pilot program. So if it doesn't pass the budget in New York after year 5, what becomes of this? Would New York State expect to be able to reuse this for something other than the children's home? I would expect so, because they're putting in, you know, so much money, $3 million. So there's a concern that if funding runs out, we don't know what's going to be there. I'm not going to go into the litany of reasons why it doesn't fit, but what I will say is, it's not a secure facility. They cannot restrain the children, according to Mr. Dermody. They can't force the kids to stay. We don't have streetlights. We don't have sidewalks. Route 11 is a major arterial roadway through the town. Our backyards, we have pools, we have unsecured ponds, we have tree houses, tree forts, tree stands for hunting. We have liability there if children inadvertently walk into our properties and get hurt. You know, there's nothing that we can do to keep them out. Most of us let our dogs run free on our own property. There's a considerable risk to liability for us as residents. Yeah, so I think I'll leave it there. I'll let anybody else talk.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. My name's Alyssa O'Neill. I live at 281 Ransom, so I'm kind of like diagonally across. My biggest concern on Ransom Road is residential wells. Don't know if you're aware of the situation of wells on Ransom Road. There is a history that there are low yielding wells. People had wells redug. They're not the greatest wells, and now they're saying that that well isn't producing enough water for their facility, so they're gonna drill a new well when our wells are already taxed. That's a major concern on Ransom Road is our well water. And that's my biggest concern right now. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lucas. I live at 250 Ransom Road. I just have some general concerns that I've voiced before. The street has not been safe since you put the solar farm up there. The delivery drivers drive reckless. The solar farm drivers drive reckless every day. The mailmen drive reckless. And they've said it themselves at the public meeting that these beds are gonna have people with multiple appointments every single day. That's what they said. So that's gonna be so much increased traffic to the street. Additionally, you guys can't keep the power on the street. Like how are we supposed to feel safe? Additionally, there's natural creeks on both sides of the property and behind it. There's natural deer and wildlife paths near there. You know, from research I've seen, the home values are gonna drop. And if they are significant, then there will be recourse for that. It's not safe for us to walk our animals on the street anymore. Additionally, we're gonna have with all these children's appointments, that's gonna make it less safe. There's trash all over the road since the solar farm went up. And there's no reason to think that that won't continue with people who have no ties to the street. They're not family members, they're not friends, they're here to do a job. And that's about it.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Amy Ross, also a resident on Ransom Road. I would just like to request some clarification as to the variance and zoning requirements for the project. Chelsea indicated that the town would need to authorize variances, and if there's reasonable concerns that would prevent that from being approved, you know, what happens to the project at that point? It seems that all required variances, like they mentioned about the parking lot, would need to be presented to the town first and prior to moving forward. So really, if just Chelsea, or New York State, or the town, if someone could just clarify who approves those variances and then when they should be approved, because it seems silly to move forward only to then have something pop up later on that then it seems like we can't stop the project from moving forward. They've already, you know, broke ground or done all these different studies. I think that, you know, anything that's going to be different than what a residential area needs should be presented prior so that you guys can make an educated decision.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Don Husband, Ransom Road, 240. The meeting we had a week ago Monday at the fire station, there was a lot of direct questions that we really didn't get true solid answers. As you can see, things have changed already from the original plan. You know, it's gonna look like a home with an 8-foot wall around it or fence around it. That's, you know, not typical. A lot of problems with you know, the well as came out tonight, the septic system. Matter of fact, I've asked for the companies that did the well test and the septic, the PERC test, have not received answers. Couple neighbors, we've walked the property. There is no physical evidence of a PERC test being done. There's no disturbed land, no holes, no backhoe tracks. There's nothing. There's no evidence of anything being done. So with that, I kind of, we kind of assumed that probably the well test didn't happen either. So there's a lot of discrepancies, there's a lot of questions, and just, you know, no solid answers. And nobody's comfortable with this, so, thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more. Because I'm thinking out loud in my head. Sorry, Matt Ross again. So, with Patterman's Law, I think all of the residents would prefer to see this thing through. So if there's a back and forth, or we have multiple iterations of having to recommend alternate sites in order to force the OMH hand to make a decision, whatever we need to do to ensure all of that process is followed, we would prefer. So I don't know if you guys particularly know if we have to do, you know, a tug of war, you know, and have them deny multiple iterations of site requests, but I believe that's a requirement before anybody can do, I believe it was an Article 78 to petition the state Supreme Court for injunction.
Thank you.
Another couple quick things. At that Monday meeting, we had representatives from the fire company and the ambulance company here in this area. Obviously, they couldn't make it tonight. Both departments had a lot of concerns, a lot of questions about safety, access, the road, the condition of the road. If there is a problem up there, you know, really not gonna be pretty. This parking lot that they're proposing is only, the one fire truck is gonna fill it or overfill it. And after that, it's just, everything to have to be on the road. That's just not a good situation if there are emergency situations up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Since we seem to be doing multiple time, I won't take too much time, but I would just, again, like when people answers that aren't from me. As we said, this project on the state level is going to be done well. It is a high visibility project, and it needs to conform and to require with all things. So I would want to allay any concerns that the board would have about a home that wasn't high quality, that things were not done. Because not only do they have to pass town or expectation, the state has to approve. The state of it has to sign, the county and the state have to sign off and approve on everything. And again, under Padawan law, a residence this size is treated like a single-family residence, right? And that's pretty clear in the law. So I appreciate the concern for the care and well-being, and will we will we have a good product? Will we have a place that the community is proud of? Yes. What I can't change is misconceptions about who these children are, what their needs are, and what's going to happen. And I just think and encourage the board that we want to, and I'm happy to talk at any time in more detail about what the facts and what the realities are, and not to traffic in what-ifs and maybes and I thinks. There's very clear definition of what this program is. I shared that with the town, and that's what's going to happen. So we will have a facility, a home that the town will be proud of and will be done to all specifications. And I look forward to working with this community and earning the trust of the community. So thank you, and I won't come back up.
So we're still open if anybody else would like to speak. No fight.
Good evening, my name's Joe Pratt. I'm here tonight to ask the town to vote no on this project and to reconsider at additional sites that might be available in the town. The director has obviously taking a hardcore stand on the law, which is his obligation to the children. I know there's properties available. There's one up here on Route 12, Markham owns it. Mr. Bodick has property in this town that you might consider asking him. Mr. Maines has large parcels in his property, or in this town that the board might consider. But my main question is, would be to the director and the board, is the children's home on Shenango Street in town Fenton. There's property behind the former Hillcrest Elementary School. Why isn't this property being considered for this project? There's plenty of green space behind there. I drove by there the other day. I went to school there. There's plenty of space for recreation, as the director has said that the children might need. To put this home on Ransom Road, you're putting a commercial operation into a residential area, and I think that's a big concern to the residents. The road itself is it's a dangerous road. In the wintertime, I know it's a priority for the highway department because of the steepness of it. And I've known residents not to be able to get up that road, even with four-wheel drives. So, I mean, it's just, as far as an emergency consideration, I just think that's another thing that is a negative. I grew up next to the children's home in Hillcrest. I know what goes on. I've seen what goes on. I've heard what goes on. I went to the Hillcrest School, so I know the properties. I grew up there. These children, they're in crisis. The director at the last town board meeting stated that there's no criminal activity or mental health issues. Well, I disagree, because I've already heard the mental health programs would be involved, along with children that are in crisis. And also that the children don't have to stay there. You're dealing with 10-year-olds to 17-year-olds. They're juveniles, they're not thinking straight, they're in trouble, and when they run, they run. And that's what they do, because they're not thinking straight. And you have to consider the safety of the residences. I'm not certain the actual mental health or the state of mind of these children, but I think you have to consider the residents and their concerns for safety. There's also mention of the youths and their families. Is this facility, is it just going to be for 8 beds for 8 children, or is it going to be for 8 children along with their families? I almost compare it to like a hospital room and a Danielle house combined. I don't know the answer to that. The director again has taken a hard stand on the law, which is his right, because he's obviously supporting the children. But I really think that as far as the eroding tax base, I disagree. I think that people, they don't want to move next to things like this. They don't want to have it next to them. No matter where you go, you're going to get somebody that says, not in my backyard. I've seen it forever. You've seen it forever. I guess in closing, I just would have to say that I'd like you to vote it no tonight. I'd like you to keep considering other sites. I don't think this is a proper site for this. I do think there's a need for it. And if we're going to be pushed up against a wall because of the law, then I would ask the town consider the concerns of the neighborhood, because you're not going to get any support from the state. You're not going to get any support from the ordinance department, and the only protection you're going to have is the sheriff's department. Again, I know there's a need for this. I don't know how many children are sitting in hospitals right now. sitting in hallways. But I don't think this is the right place.
Your time's up, Mr. Pratt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Saunders, 185 Ransom Road. This is I'm coming at you with a completely uneducated point of view on this, but this is the first good look I've had of this. And this looks like a commercial outfit. This looks like an apartment complex. I think for our road, rentals is not allowed. We're a residential thing. This looks like an apartment complex. As for, yes, like the character of the residents that will be here, we don't know if it'll be 8 or maybe 16. But just down the road from the existing Wyoming Conference is a garage at the corner of Shenango and Nolan. And for the last year or up until just recently, there was a Chevy parked in the front of the parking lot of this garage. And for the last year or maybe up until just recently, there was a sign. This Chevy Malibu has been totaled. And on the front window of this Chevy Malibu is a sign that says, "Pay Up Children's Home." I'd like to know the story behind that Chevy Malibu, why they put the sign there. Probably belongs to the garage. And I guess from the sign, somebody took that Malibu and had a good time with it and brought it back totaled. So yes, I have a concern about the residents that are coming in here, and this is gonna be the biggest house on the road. It's not even a house, it's an apartment. So I'd like you to vote no. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Rosenberger. I reside at 202 Ransom Road. And I would like to echo the sentiments of everybody that's present here this evening. As Mr. Saunders said, this doesn't look like a residence. This looks like an apartment building. With the solar farm that was put at the top of the hill, we've seen a lot of traffic generated because of that solar farm. Am I not? I mean, everybody can agree with that. So the point I'm trying to make, when is enough? You know, now we're gonna have 8, 10 months or whatever this is gonna take to finish. We're gonna have that here. You know, this was supposed to be a quiet area to raise a family, to move into, you know, and this is what we're gonna be dealing with. Furthermore, I'd like to add, this director, he has changed his story so many times on this. First he says one thing, then he says another thing. Which is it? We're not getting a straight answer from him. So he tries to say the state, you're required to do this and all this. I would take my chances with that, because I think that's all just bluff. So I would ask you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, we got one.
Hello, everyone. Might just grab this. Andre, 218 Ransom Road. When I speak, I don't just speak on behalf of myself, but my almost 9 family members. And a couple things to consider here. I think we've mentioned the construction and who would be here and things of that nature, but even on a road when someone does maintenance, like let's say a lawn mowing company is mowing a house, they have to take up almost half of the road. It's a very narrow road with their trailer, with their truck, when you're driving through. There's been times I can't even pass through. So when we're looking at this huge building, like we said before, an apartment complex, what does this involve for maintenance? What does this involve to upkeep and take care of? Are we gonna widen the road and double the width and allow, you know, passer-throughs to come through? How are we, you know, taking part in that? So we also stand and ask to just consider different sites. You know, it does not seem like the right area, does not seem even possible to maintain a building this size with the traffic that we have and with the size of the road in general. So, yeah, if you would consider us, and I think we stand together and ask you to vote no.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'll just ask, what are the variants? I know nothing about these variants.
I'm just gonna add on to that real quick.
also I understand like the maintenance of the building is not really like the target of this thing. The target is to like kind of maintain the kids' sense of a home environment. But something with on top of the maintenance is that we have like delivery trucks going up, school buses, and I swear every time a school bus is coming up, I get so close to that curve, I almost get a heart attack. I want to slip it in the ditch or something. And with these kids, you're also busing them back and forth to school, to appointments. You're just increasing the traffic on that road even more with the already like overbearing condition that that road already is in. When it comes to like the grass cutters, the school buses, the delivery trucks. Now you're gonna add like 5 more like big vehicles coming in and down, up and down around the road everywhere. So that's just more to consider with like when it comes to like traffic and that stuff. So.
Thank you.
Hi, Alan Bennett, 257 Ransom Road. I know we're gonna end up with this thing on a road, whether we like it or not. I'm more thinking about the waste of tax dollars on the site that it's gonna go on. It's a downhill lie. It's really crappy drainage. Half of my driveway is probably down there already from yesterday's rain. It's just a waste of money to put it in this specific site. Plus, I'm a part of the fire company. Because of manpower shortages, we've now supersized our trucks. Because we're taking 2 or 3 trucks and putting it into one. Dual axle trucks are our first response. There's no way, God's green earth, that we're gonna get up there, get in, and get close. And then, if it's a fire, God forbid, we need water. Where are we gonna get water? From another big fire truck. It's not gonna happen. It's, you know, even my driveway's 150 feet off the road, and it's gonna be kitty corner away from this. But I have a better opportunity of getting my fire put out than it would be them getting their fire put out. So, it's, like I said, I know we're probably gonna end up with this thing on our road, but from an EMS standpoint, fire standpoint, bad location.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Not look like anybody else is gonna speak. That's it, right? Nobody else? You wanna close it? And do some discussion afterwards? All right, we're gonna close the public hearing at this time at 6:38. And would the board like to discuss?
Yes, I would. I want to thank Mr. Dermody for being here tonight and kind of clarifying that law. He is right. Our options are very limited. But I have crafted a letter to my fellow board members that I would like to read into the record. In response to the letter received from the Children's Home of Wyoming Conference CEO George Dermody, dated February 25th, 2026, I propose the following 2 alternative sites that are better suited for their facility than what's been submitted for the parcels at 268 and 274 Ransom Road. The alternative parcels are located at 91 Shenango Bridge Road and 15 Woodland Road. They provide better suitability for the following reasons. Number 1, the parcel at 91 Shenango Bridge Road was recently purchased by the Children's Home This is over a 6.5 acre site, of which less than half is being used by the existing structure and parking. This site also includes hundreds of feet on Woodland Road, allowing for autonomy from the main structure. Number 2, the parcel at Woodland Road is owned by the town of Shenango. This site is directly across from the Woodland Road frontage that the Children's Home currently owns. This site is just under 2 acres, and I suspect favorable terms could be negotiated with the town. Number 3, both sites have municipal water and sewer services, which would mitigate any well or septic maintenance issues. In addition, it may be beneficial to the town to add users to our water and sewer systems. Municipal services eliminate any potential issues that may arise from DEC concerns regarding large wastewater systems so close to tributaries of the Shenango River. And I'll add to that something that a fireman had just mentioned, being able to have a hydrant in case of an emergency. Number 4, both sites are close proximity to potential support staff from the main structure at 91 Shenango Ridge Road. I would assume, in addition to providing temporary housing, support services may be critical parts of these programs. Number 5, both sites, due to the topography, can reduce site development costs and provide ample green spaces for recreation. Additionally, both sites provide better opportunity for privacy buffering. 6, both sites provide peaceful environments close to multiple grocery, pharmacy, and convenience stores. 7, both sites provide plenty of space for resident and staff vehicle parking, and due to the close proximity of New York State Route 12A, there would be minimal impact on neighborhood traffic. Number 8, both sites have access from Woodland Road, which is flat, and provides better access for emergency vehicles. As mentioned here tonight, Ransom Road is very steep and could be challenging to navigate in inclement weather. Number 9, both sites can accept the proposed structure. I see tonight the structure has been reduced by nearly half. Originally, I saw 8,400 to 9,400 square feet. A structure of that size would dramatically be out of character and change the character in the Ransom Road neighborhood, and is better suited on Woodland Road due to the proximity of existing structures of similar size. The selection of the Ransom Road parcels is curious. Costs associated with purchasing, engineering, and development of these sites give the appearance of forcing a structure of the proposed size on an unsuitable site. The characteristics of such a structure changes the neighborhood forever and provides little or no opportunity for redevelopment when the Children's Home no longer needs or desires its retention. Both 91 Shenango Bridge Road and 15 Woodland Road would provide a much greater opportunity for redevelopment if that opportunity were necessary. I acknowledge the letter received from the Ransom Road residents, and I thank them for documenting their concerns. Many of the residents' concerns noted in the letter are outlined. In addition, we've received several emails suggesting not considered due to the fact they were outside the town's jurisdiction. The remaining sites did not address the concern criteria many of our residents have shared here tonight. Therefore, I will make a motion to formally recommend 91 Shenango Bridge Road and 15 Woodland Road as alternative sites to the proposed Ransom Road site for the Children's Home of Wyoming Conference to explore these sites to develop their proposed 8-bed community residence facility.
The public hearing's closed, sorry. So we have a motion
have a
on the
motion.
floor.
I second that.
We have a second. Is discussion?
I have none.
I don't have any objection to the sites that were proposed. I just know that we as a board have very little authority to do anything with this other than suggest alternatives. I, as a board member, am not interested in spending untold dollar amounts in an Article 78 on this, and just to kick it down the road as much as we can, just to do what we can. That doesn't make sense to me.
That isn't what I'm suggesting at all.
I'm not saying that you were, I'm offering my comments. I hear concerns, validated or unsubstantiated. Those things are not anything that is before us that we can address. Those are engineering issues that happen after the site is applied. So my conversation is only going to be about what we can do as a town board. And if altering these sites, I don't also see it as an issue with altering these sites and then spending iterations going back and forth. It just doesn't make sense to me. So, like, if these fail, and then they come back and they say, if the home comes back and says that these aren't suitable for any reason, that's where the dispute happens, and that is not going to be in our favor.
Agreed. And that is why, in reviewing all the sites that were suggested, I only came down to these two. Right?
And that's
For valid reasons. I agree with you.
Yep.
We're very limited here, but I wanted to look at the characteristic of what neighborhood this is going to be in. You're absolutely right. This project is going to happen, right? So I'm not trying to say, not in our town. I'm trying to look at what would be a reasonable compromise to come up with a site selection.
Mhm.
I think from anyone looking at this from a reasonable standpoint, for all the parcels in every neighborhood in this town, the Ransom Road one's a little curious to me. Just because of the nature of where it is, the state of the road, the lack of municipal services. It's just, you know, we're going through projects now where we're taking on a large sewer project to mitigate some of the issues that, you know, the Chesapeake, the Watershed Commission has been doing for the past 20 years to reduce nitrates. Adding large wastewater systems so close to tributaries like that, just, it's curious to me. And that's why when we looked at the criteria, there was all kinds of concerns that came through. And I agree, some of them not valid, couldn't really be addressed. I'm just trying to look for a reasonable compromise. I'm sure the folks over on Woodland Road aren't gonna be happy with this, but it's finding a suitable compromise that works for everyone. And when I look at these two sites, to me, both sites would be very beneficial to the project developers.
So I don't see that as any authority that we have.
And we don't.
So,
We don't.
and
You're
there-
100% right.
So-
If these get rejected, at least, you know, Mr. Dermody was here tonight, talked about the spirit of cooperation.
Yep.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
No.
And I appreciate that offer of cooperation.
I do too, specifically because there's not much that we can do.
There isn't. That what he read in the law, I agree with 100%.
I don't know where you were going with that, Gene, but as far as I'm concerned, I'm just accepting that we got different properties to offer. That's all I see right here, not that we're gonna fight for it. We're gonna offer the properties, the state says they're no good, then they're no good, but
And hopefully we hear
Yeah.
why we're no good. I mean, we tried to look at this objectively as well.
so as far as going beyond, say they reject it, I don't see us fighting for them on a town level. He's just pointing them out there. Here's another couple, and they may say, "Whoop, thank you very much, it's excellent, let's forget about Ransom Road." That's what I hope what happens, but he's just offering the properties.
And I believe that both those properties are good properties to offer. They both have been exempt from the tax rolls. Therefore, there wouldn't be any more burden on the town by removing 2 new properties off the tax rolls. As the chief financial officer of the town, that concerns me. That's all I really have to say. I think there's not much else we can there's not much else I can speak on this, but, and the financial part of it, both those properties, 191 Schneckelbridge Road has recently been exempt from the property tax, and the one that we own, we do not pay property tax on.
And I do believe that additional users on the system help everybody. I mean, there is a benefit to the town.
Oh, absolutely. Got anything?
No, I mean, at this point, I mean, I have long-term thoughts, but I'm not willing to entertain or project on any of those. Like, an Article 78 is not even in the question right now, so I don't know why we're talking about it.
I think it was brought up to talk about what the process could be. I don't need to jump in, Gene.
Fully understand that, but I am fully on board with recommending these 2 sites based off of the outpouring of the community, and
Well, the reason that I brought it up in our discussion is because it was brought up by the citizenry in their presentation on lawsuits. And there's a lot of things that are just not at all anything that is in their concern that we can address with this application right now. I know the conversation was about variances. Variances are an issue that is an engineering solution that has to be made later on. And we don't have a crystal ball on that, so that can't even be addressed, and it's not part of this discussion on whether or not we all.
But the variances aren't a prevention.
No.
Yeah. So I just want to be clear on that, because someone brought that up regarding
There's
the
questions
variances.
on that, and
Right.
I'm glad
Right.
you addressed that.
Yeah, actually, I am too.
Yeah,
Right.
so, I mean, there's that, you know, the intention on the 8 beds and the 8 people or 16 people, that was addressed and answered, and whether or not it's, that's all stuff that's in the program, and we can't address it. It's not something that we can use for citing, or suggesting alternate sites.
Yep.
And it's just important for, that I believe for the record to show what we can object to and what our process is that's available. Because we as a town did not put the solar field up there.
No.
We as a town do not control where a landscape truck parks on the vehicle, on the road. And those are real issues, but it's not something that's relevant for this. That's all.
Okay, is there any other discussion? Seeing none, get a roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Jensen?
What exactly are we voting on right now?
I made a motion,
Okay.
I made a motion to formally
Okay.
propose 2 alternative sites to
Aye.
the children's home.
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye. Okay, so,
Um,
end of the- you have anything else?
Just as a, what, the process, that was what it is. So Nate, could you tell us what that process is? We just respond with those properties tell us what we need to do.
Yeah, so we'll inform Mr. Dermody that 2 alternative sites have been identified by the town. He's obviously here and listening to it and probably already typing or emailing somebody about it, but we will formally send him a letter. We'll formally send him a letter saying at the meeting, last night, identified these 2. Please let us know if they're suitable, and if not, why not? If they identify if they say they're not suitable, when they send us a letter about that, if they do, then you will have 15 days to respond with alternative sites.
And certainly, I'm really hoping that when that letter is sent out, and we understand the reasons why these proposed sites are deemed unsuitable. I mean, I get that you can almost arbitrarily just say no. And to Mr. Hulbert's point, I don't want to just keep going back and forth and try to find 2 more sites. We've put some time into this to really look at this and say what is viable. We can throw addresses out all day long, but there's no fruit is born from that. So I'd rather not do that. I'd rather have that spirit of cooperation with you to really understand, what those other issues could be. I understand the need for the program. I understand what you could do and how you could, Mr. Bennett's right. You could put this right up on Ransom Road. There's nothing we can do. But I'm just trying to look at a compromise for this, something that truly makes sense for, the town of Shenango, not just one neighborhood as opposed to another, because I'm not trying to push it to a neighborhood that just to save the residents of Ransom Road. That Ransom Road site made sense to me. I'd have to say, it's hard to find an objection. So, I hope we can get to that spirit of cooperation that you referenced.
Jay, this letter, is that something that we could share with him?
Absolutely. I have no issues with sharing that letter with Mr. Dermody, Nate. I've given it to Adam to read it into the record, so it's public record. And the attachments I have on there, which was, you've seen all the attachments. It is your letter. It's the letter from the concerned residents of Ransom and the GIS identifications for the 2 parcels.
I don't have an objection to that.
No objection to let him speak? It's up
I
to
have
you
no
guys.
objection.
It's up to the board. The board
I
has-
have no objection to that, Mr. Chairman.
One difficulty part of this process is there hasn't been an opportunity for conversation. There's been a thing. And what I wanted to share with you, sir, is just that prior to submitting Ransom Road.
Speak in the
prior-
microphone, please.
I think not having the ability to have conversation is causing for a lot of missteps and a lot of misinformation. Prior to submitting Ransom Road to the New York State for approval, we submitted 91 Shenango Bridge Road and the adjoining property on Woodlawn, and they rejected it. So I will get that in writing for you, but it was rejected by the state. And so this is not the first property that we just picked up and then this. As I said to you before, I've looked at a lot of places. I've put a lot of things in front of New York State, and based on the character and the design of the program, they've done that. So I just want you to be aware, then whatever, and I don't have, maybe your Woodlawn is different than the Woodlawn lot that I own, that we own. But 91 Shenango Bridge Road and the adjoining Woodlawn property that we now own has previously been reviewed with this same type of analysis and been rejected by the State Office of Mental Health. So we can go through the process. And I just think the other thing that I'm aware of, and maybe it's interpretation from our attorney, is that this is not Padavan is not an endless dance. Not these two, not that two. It's you make your response. If we don't do it, then we have to go to the Office of Mental Health for that determination. Perhaps I'm wrong in that, I'm not an attorney, but that was the information from my attorney, that this isn't, 12 sites down the road. So I just want you to have relevant information, and I would hope that we could have a way, find a forum, public good government, to have some open conversation, to work through these things so that we can address concerns, not have people going off in directions that might not fit. So, thank you for allowing me this special
Can you answer,
opportunity.
do you know why they rejected 91 Shenango Bridge Road?
I do.
Can you share that?
Yeah, there were several reasons on 91 Shenango Bridge, and there is, one was the desire for a more home-like, smaller facility than the footprint that is there, about the institutional nature of it. That and Woodlawn also, when there was an environmental impact done, and there was concerns about where that fit in the 100-year floodplain, and that it didn't fit in the 50-year, but it was in the 100-year floodplain, or something like that. I think that was the issue, and so they rejected those sites. And again, I don't know if that's your Woodlawn site.
And
but the
it
Woodlawn
is,
site-
it's probably the same elevation, and not to get too far
Yeah.
into the weeds here, but it seems to me that area there could be resolved with some engineering issues, because still, I'm gonna suspect a structure like this on Ransom Road is not necessarily fitting into the character of the neighborhood. You're clearly gonna be the largest structure on that road. And again, I'm really surprised that the state would approve something like this, because a lot of my concerns do surround safety. And if there is an emergency, an event there, that is not an accessible site. But again, I'm not trying to, I apologize for getting deep into the weeds.
To go back, so it goes into the house, so that the front.
I think we're good.
Yeah,
I think we,
we're good.
But I just wanted to let you know,
Understood.
I will respond accordingly when you provide, is this what I should operate off of?
No, you'll get a letter
You'll
that's
get-
just for you to have.
Okay, I just didn't want any surprises.
Yep.
If they're why out of hand, we did our due diligence on that,
Mhm.
and that was the result. I just
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
okay, we're gonna move on, go back to our agenda, back to the supervisor's report, unless anybody has anything else before we.
I would just like to thank Jay for doing all that work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Jay.
Good job. All right, back to the supervisor's report. We left off on the time clocks.
Yeah, if we could just get that policy circulated to the whole board, whomever has that.
Yep.
Just so I have that and the work rules, and then we could just put this on future business if there's anything to talk about.
Okay.
No,
Yep.
Maybe not for the, if we get it, not for the next meeting, but the week meeting out after? That time frame, is that soon enough? 'Cause
Yeah,
this is just for a discussion issue. Yeah.
To reiterate, I didn't know what I was looking at, other than a list of where the clocks were.
Right.
So I'd like to unpack this a little bit more once I understand it, or maybe I'm gonna circle back via email to everyone and say, never mind, this is self-explanatory. I just don't know what I'm looking at.
Okay. So you want it for the end of the month? The last meeting in April?
Yeah,
We
that
have
was-
3 in April, the
Yes.
29th?
29th.
Okay.
And do we want to add the location of the time clock at the highway department? That's not on this list?
Yeah, we can. We can add. The only reason we didn't is because we just, I thought he just wanted a list of the ones we went. DPW
Just trying to
were always
understand the
there.
list. Yes,
Yep.
for the ones we added, right.
Yes.
All right, so no more discussion on that?
No, thank you.
None.
Next is the Humane Society Dog Shelter transition. I signed this agreement. I sent it to Joel and Diane to review it, and then I signed it and sent it in, and I was advised by Nate I probably shouldn't have done that without board approval. I thought it was just an acknowledgement that we wanted to keep going with using the dog shelter. The Humane Society's taking it over from Broome County. So I thought, once I asked Joel, are we still doing this? And he said, yeah, absolutely. So if the board wants me to call him, take it back, or.
So, obviously, I didn't know that that was the background and the context of this letter. And I can tell you that when I read through it, number 5 in that letter that said that a new agreement will be issued when that all happens.
Yeah.
I thought that at that point, that would be like the
Yes.
resolution and stuff. But I do understand that.
I should have brought this first
Yeah.
before I sent it.
And more specifically, the acknowledgement says that by signing it, you're acknowledging that you agree to the same financial terms that are in place with the Broome County Dog Shelter, and that then they'll prepare the contract to reflect those same things. So my guess is, I haven't looked at it, but my guess is the county contract doesn't have an assignment clause in it. So they can't just freely assign it, so they have to have a new contract with us. So they're basically proposing to you the same terms and conditions that we have with the Broome County Dog Shelter. And that's why I felt that Kevin can't just sign it, because that's binding the town to the same terms and conditions under the existing contract, even though you're gonna have a completely new contract, which you could theoretically negotiate.
Nate, I want to make sure I understand that the Humane Society who is operating it now took it over from the county. And those are different than those terms and conditions are different than Broome County, or they're the same as Broome County that we have a current?
They're
agreement with?
proposing the same terms and conditions, but because this is a new company,
Mhm.
they have to negotiate with the town. This acknowledgement letter commits the town to the county terms and conditions. Kevin couldn't agree to that without the board approval.
I get the assignment issue, but there's no change in the terms and conditions, so.
We're not supposed to.
So we need to do a resolution?
It would be a
back?
resolution ratifying Kevin's signature as of March 18th. So he won't need to sign and send anything again, but it'll just clean it up from a board authorization perspective.
So we can do that next meeting then, right?
Yep.
I have no issue with that.
Nope.
Makes total sense to me.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, just Kevin, come on.
Sorry, man. I'm doing my best. man.
Loves the dogs. Loves the dogs.
All right, next was the safety manual communication thing that Joy brought up. Before she spoke, she wasn't gonna be here because it's her birthday, so everybody wish her a happy birthday.
Birthday.
Birthday, Joy.
But then she just couldn't hold herself from coming to the meeting. She just had to come. So I don't think there's any issue. We just need to present these to the union. Does the board have any issue with the updating the hazard communication? There's no more MSDS, so I think that's an issue. We have to remove that.
Well, I read through the documents that were there, but are these changes?
The one is the one document is the original that's in there now. The 2000, I think it's from 2010. And then the new updated, the hazard communication policy is the new updated one.
What changed?
The whole wording in it, correct? It's a whole.
It's an updated policy. We purchased the template from that safety company to model that on. The biggest change is that the previous one in the safety manual refers to the safety data sheets as material safety data sheets, and that was eliminated in 2012 when we went to the globalized system so we could talk with other countries.
Mm-hmm.
I am just basically trying to start doing some housekeeping, cleaning up before I leave. And one of those would be to get this updated so that our policy actually reflects what the OSHA standards are.
Just what we've done in the past is seen what it is, how it is, and then a separate document that shows what the changes are, and that's what I would want to see.
Okay.
But I have no issue with doing updates.
Okay.
And then we just adopt it and sign a resolution saying that we're accepting these new amendments or whatever.
Is that how you want to do it? You want to have a resolution for the next meeting with the backup material showing the changes? Or do you want it differently?
How she does it, how she piecemeals it together, it doesn't matter to me. If it's just a section that's going to change, then that's all that the resolution should be there. We don't have to put the whole safety manual together
No,
and say
no,
that.
what I was saying is that if you wanted like a red line version with the changes or whatever.
I can tell you a red line is not going to be helpful because
No.
just looking at the two of them.
They're completely different. And reading through them, it is dramatically different, right? The updated one is like so much more. I mean, I think it would probably be worthwhile just to go through the updated one, just to have some comfort with it. But
If you would help, I can actually go through this policy and I can write a document that highlights the changes.
and that's fine. The red line, to me, I'm not sure is going to be helpful. So, yeah, because it does. There's a lot of changes.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good with that?
Yep.
We'll do that, and we'll do a resolution.
Thanks, Joy.
Thank you. Next on the item list there is the court audit. We have not done a court audit in 2024 or 2025. Needs to be done. The judges have signed off and opened their docket and books.
Where's the, I don't have that.
Oh, you don't have court?
Oh, you know what, I don't have a doc, you know what, there's no it's on your report, but there's no document associated.
No, there's no document associated with it.
So
No.
that's-
So all I'm bringing it to the board's attention, because I did receive a email requesting the copy of the report for 2025. And I contacted the court, and they said that they haven't had one done for 24 or 25. It's on the town board to do it. So the town board can do it, or we have to hire somebody to do it.
If the town board does it, is there criteria to go through, or is this something we just make up as we go?
No, it's not. We can go back to the 23 that's on record, but I know, I remember conversations with Mike doing it. Mike meeting with the judges and going through and doing the audit.
What?
Is that what it?
Yeah, Mike, not Mike Lumsden, Mike.
No, Mike Lumsden did it because Mike Wolniak was not here, hasn't been
He's
here.
not, he hasn't been here.
For years, and that audit was, it
Well,
was
if he
done.
did it,
Is there a documented audit?
if he did it in 2024, it has not been submitted. And I have no idea where, I have not seen anything on it.
Okay. I just remember the conversation, that specific conversation was because we didn't have it, and it could be done by the town board.
Yes, it can be
Mike-
done by the town board.
What's the cost of having a third party do it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We'd have to get quotes. I mean, we have to do a town audit too, so.
Which, yeah. Right.
Two total
Separate,
things.
yeah.
Separate, two totally
conversations.
different things.
And that's just my memory of the conversations that we had, that they went back to the last audit that was done, duplicated the process, and was done with it. But I never got a copy of it, so I can't provide it.
Is there any audit that exists for that
Is there any
currently? Is there any historical audit that we can?
2023.
Oh, 2023, I could ask the, I'll go look. I
Yeah.
have no idea
Is that your
upstairs.
preference to have the board
I'll ask the.
audit that?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think so too, but I'm asking
Yeah.
your opinion from a
It was
historical
not,
nature.
it was not,
Board could do it.
Yeah.
yeah.
it's- I would think, but just to have a previous audit to kind of look at
Mhm.
for some guidance.
And I think that, if, Kevin, if that could be shared with the board, what the 2023 audit was, or what the last audit that we can get our hands on, to see what the context is.
Yeah.
Because I've never done it, we've only had a conversation about it, and then I thought Mike did it, but maybe that wasn't done. I never, just if we can see that, we can have a context on whether or not we can do it ourselves, or it needs to
Okay.
go to an RFP.
Perfect. I'll get into that. I'll get back to you. Next thing's EDUs. We've been working on the EDUs, Greg, myself, and Catherine. There's a lot more involved than we're working on it. We gotta try to get it done here in the next couple weeks, 'cause she's gotta finalize the tentative, or she's gotta finish the tentative roles.
Mhm.
So there's a lot missing from last year's that we found. And I'll probably get with Greg in the next, tomorrow or something.
She did send out another email today, just checking certain courses that they may not have. So we've been working with her to add her to track on our spreadsheet. We found a few courses that were on it that we've added. It's less than the per EDU.
What happens if we find mistakes that we've?
We're correcting them on the tentative roll, so this is.
But say we've gone through a year already with these mistakes, we just kind of hope somebody doesn't notice it or
Well, if they can,
appeal it or something?
yeah, they can.
These are
With the green-
adding parcels to the roll,
These
not
mostly
removing
adding.
them.
Okay,
That were not, they got a break. They didn't get it last year,
okay.
so. But we're working on that, and social media. There's been some discussion on trying to have town social media for meetings, announcements, comp plan, and for hiring supposedly. I know Jay mentioned to me that people are doing a killing on using social media and announcing job applications. So I had Renee, I talked to Renee and Jody about it. They would work together on it to make sure that everything matches with our website, so we gotta make sure. But Renee did a lot of research today on it and talked to schools, talked to other towns that have social media pages, if they have policies, how are they doing it? Because you have to set up like a personal, you can't just have like a business one, it has to be.
Yeah, Facebook won't.
Yes.
I did a ton of research last night.
He did a
on it.
bunch of research. doing that.
Multiple municipalities have basically adopted a policy that the
Yes.
board says we're comfortable with X, Y, and Z. I think Fishkill was the most recent one to do it that I could find. But Facebook does not allow you to use .gov or business email addresses, so someone has to tie it to their personal email. So the policy has to lay out what is the Gmail address that you use and actually lay out in the event that this person is no longer with the town, or if it's a politician or elected official, what is the chain of custody of that email account and how does that process work? Also, there's a lot of like statements that need to be made because in theory it is foilable. So we would need to document in the policy that there will be no exchanging of direct messages. The likes and comments features will be deactivated. Like all of that needs to be black and white up front before you start the page. The workaround here would be if one of the elected officials here wanted to do this themselves. In theory, the town can't stop one of us from doing it. However, I think it kind of makes sense that we have an admin operating it. So this is all something that we'd have to discuss and figure out. If you want to make this a future topic, I can come to the next meeting with some examples of these policies that were adopted, just so everybody can page through them. I'll email them, a couple days before the meeting. I can work on it this week. We can talk more about what this would look like. But the real protective measure we need to take is the FOIL. And how do you predict this? We can't have it be someone in control of this that, could be mad at the town and do something, outlandish. So like, is there a control measure of you can only access it from town hall, or like, we just have to put protective measures in place to the best of our ability.
I brought it up to see if we want to pursue this farther.
So
it's up to the board what they want to.
The comprehensive plan committee last night, one of the individuals was explaining to me that how they drum up responses to get people at the public hearings is they go to local schools, local volunteer fire department, like that's who they ask in a lot of municipalities to host to generate traffic to those events so people are aware of them. I mean, Shenango Valley School District, there's a primary page for the school, and then there's all these sub-pages around clubs. I can inquire as part of my research on this as to who owns those, but the school district's doing it at scale.
If you want to talk to Renee too, she talked to Pyramid today, and they said they could help us out with an email to set up that part of it.
Okay.
So just if you want to put stuff together, bring it back to the board. Is
Maybe-
the board all right with that?
Maybe we bump this 2 meetings just to
Yeah,
give
that's
me
fine.
time to talk to the school as well, given that next week is kind of a dead week. So the 15th will be coming up on us quickly, and I don't think I'm gonna get in touch with someone.
Oh, I didn't know you were here still. I'm sorry. I thought you left. I'm so sorry.
Let's get together then, and then Dr. Dake. Okay, awesome. Well, we can sync here in the next week or two, and then before.
Yes.
Still, maybe we do this 2 meetings from now,
Let's
so
go
that all of our ducks are in a
429.
row.
How about 429?
Perfect.
All right. Okay. Moving on then, that's, I think, all we have on that part. And then now 8.6A would be the senior account clerk applications. We did receive 2 that were approved by Broome County but do not have any experience. So, which is bizarre. I don't even know. And then if you see the 2 proposals that we received to do the accounting, the bookkeeping for the town.
I went through the two proposals. They didn't really seem like the scopes were like completely aligned, which is not a huge issue for me as far as the conversation goes, but I wanted to make sure that it was something I was or wasn't missing, because the disparity between the two costs and the proposals was so divergent that they were both proposing on the same thing. Is that?
So, yes, so I understand what you're saying, because one is that they're definitely far off on the monetary part of it, but I did reach back out to the statements one and talk to her I've talked to her a lot, and I don't know if I talked to Nate about it too, and I was concerned, maybe she didn't understand, maybe she didn't think it'd take that much time to do what needs to be done in our town, which is, I don't know, maybe I wasn't explaining it all, but after I talked to her, I said, what if there's more that needs to be done that, we didn't have on this sheet here? Like, is there an hourly rate that you would, and she said, yes. What we would do is we would do $75 an hour remote. Anything can be done remote, and then if they had to come in person to do stuff, it's $95 an hour.
'Cause there's a dramatic difference in the hourly rate as well.
Yes.
Gene, when
And I just don't know if that's part of it, Gene, that's all, right?
when Kevin and I kind of mathed it out, because Kevin mentioned, I think, the statement's proposal is 8 hours a week.
Yeah, she said 8 hours a week, but in the actual quote, it's 8 hours a month in the office.
Excuse me.
So that's when she would, or whoever would come, it would either be her or another person, would come here to do the abstract, do the checks, finalize the abstracts and do the checks every 2 weeks, and then do the end of the month report, supervisor's report. A lot of it can be done remotely. They specialize in Williamson Law Books. So, like budget modifications, that stuff can be done.
It did seem like it was the hourly rate that was driving it, because Dwayne's rate's $325 an hour, and at $50,000 to $60,000 a year, if Dwayne's the only one doing the work, that ends up being like 3.5 to 4 hours a week, which at $75 an hour is nearly a fifth of that. So that was, because I had that same question. I was like, Kevin, why? And that seemed to be the answer.
So I didn't see anything here that limited them to 8 hours a week. It was a lump sum, whatever it took to do these services.
Yes, to do these services, and then you see the ones that would be hourly.
Right, the 8 hours was only at location here.
Yes.
There was no limitation on what it took remotely.
Right. To do these services.
My concern is there's something I missed, like
Right.
talking to her. I'm not a bookkeeper, so
No,
I'm trying to explain everything to her, like, this is what we do, but if there's things that maybe I missed that they would have to take on, what's the hourly rate for that? Because I wouldn't expect, if I didn't say it to them, I wouldn't expect them to.
No, but I guess as an accountant, as a bookkeeper, I'm looking at the list of municipal tasks that you're asking me to propose a fee for. And there's a professional portion of that says, okay, if he's asking for this, he also needs this, and that's part of it. If these 15 items that are here, if we're asking for a 16th, that's outside of being able to complete all these 15, then that's the 75. That's how I understood this.
Yeah, that's what,
Yes,
I think that's
but-
what I'm.
Yeah.
Right, but having, I'm assuming fairly extensive experience with Williamson.
Yes.
So they must have done some municipal work.
Mhm.
They're probably pretty familiar with what we need as well.
Yeah. So as long
mean,
as
like-
and you've addressed all the questions that I had when I reviewed these two.
So the AFR, which we're already behind in, should have been submitted a couple days ago, but we're all right. So the AFR, so that would be hourly to do the AFR. To close out like the ARPA funds, stuff like that, that would be hourly. That wouldn't be included in their
Okay.
fee. It's-
Hey, Darren and Greg, how often do you go up to the bookkeeper's office when we have a bookkeeper there? Often? Once a day, once a week, once a month?
Used to be quite a bit. And it's been quite a bit. And it's hard now that, it's been so hard because there's been such a turnover, you know, and it's not other than any reason of that, but we have a lot that I go through and Joy goes through. We do it weekly. So on a weekly basis, she's reconciling the books. Every 2 weeks, she's getting the final ones reconciled again, and then especially at the end of the month. So we're constantly trying to contact those people. I think we need to do, my recommendation is we need to, we need to do whatever we can do to try to help keep that going, because I don't know how, any other department, how they reconcile their books, or if they don't, but we find things would work, Joy by herself being there, going back and forth, that we can get line items adjusted, things like that, and it's a lot quicker and easier to make sure we can have somebody, so. I don't know what they do though, like if we have to do that, but if they're well versed in this, I don't think the books are gonna be a lot quicker turned over, I think, as long as it's training. I mean, we've been lacking, again, because of new people and all that, trying to get them trained on that, and then they've been worried about working on that, where we haven't been able to reconcile our books ourselves on my end of it, and we're getting behind on that, where we think where we're at, and then, but it's hard, so. We do quite a bit, but before we didn't have to do a lot, when we had people in here that were very familiar with the system.
I was just wondering if everybody's working remotely, if he's got a question, does he call the person right up that day, or does he
Yeah.
wait till tomorrow?
Call, emails, email's the
Okay.
easiest thing to do, you email people, but
I didn't know
the
if
things
that's-
that I have is the days of going up to the bookkeeper and say, hey, this line's wrong, you need to change it. We don't do that. That's not right. And if that was done in the past, it should have never been done. It has to be done by resolution. So if it's every 2 weeks, you get the list together, I type it up, and then after we approve it as a board, it gets changed. The days of going up there, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, sorry, you're gonna have to wait.
And previously, the bookkeeper was actually keeping track of all that and flagging this was incorrect? The department heads?
No, there was just a checks and balance from our end of it, more or less.
Okay.
When it was done through the voucher system here. Once
Yep.
it was approved, we get it back, checking through, make sure everything aligned with what we sent in. Maybe we put the wrong line item accidentally number or code, or they presented it in wrong, and then we could discuss it after it was already, at that point, which, then we can bring it back like you said, which is fine to be a resolution. You have to do it that way anyway to have those transfers. So these were more just like making sure that we got the right line items that match at the end when, when it's all through, what checks went out, and all the lines, it was coming out of the right places.
No, that makes sense. Thank you.
Kevin, do you have a recommendation here?
Well, I don't recommend interviewing anybody of the two to hire. I don't want to go down that road again, so I definitely would recommend one of the two bookkeepers. The concern, I like the statements one, I really do. I think give it a shot, but you're gonna lose Dwayne, and you probably won't get him back if the statements one doesn't work out, so we'd have to find somebody else.
I like the fact that Statements has experience with Williamson.
They do the same they do this to a lot of municipalities, and they do this with the village of Owego right now. And I think they spend, I thought she said one day a week down there, but it's only because they're trying to get them back on track.
Yeah, they were pretty far behind, and so this firm has been working with my other client.
And their budget has to be more complicated than ours. In regards to just the service,
Yeah, they got water, sewer, police, actually no water, sewer, police, fire, paid EMS, the bills, DPW, I mean, they're all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a much larger budget with more line items.
I don't know if it's dollar.
I don't think it's much larger.
Kevin, if you're recommending statements, I could support that.
I'm willing to go for it. I don't know, I don't know where else to go.
I cannot in good conscience ask you to interview two people with no experience.
Yeah.
And try that path. That's not the position for entry level.
No, and one of them in their cover letter actually said that they have municipal experience. Then I went and looked at it and I was like, I don't know if I would call this municipal experience, especially to your point, Gene, in this role. It's too dangerous to just throw someone in this without experience. That wasn't organically brought up and trained within an organization.
So some of the requirements, the statements to do this, they need access, obviously, to all our bank accounts and everything, but they want access to all the software. They want access to the water and sewer software, billing software. They want access to the clerk's billing software, so they can reconcile things on a continuous basis instead of trying to do it at the end of the month is what goes on now, and it takes bookkeeper 8 hours to reconcile water and sewer at the end of the month.
Does that translate into dollars for seats for accessibility?
I don't know. That's something I don't know.
Okay.
Wouldn't we have a seat for the bookkeeper now?
Not if they're doing it by reconciliation monthly, they're getting reports from
Oh,
the
as opposed
department.
to general act, I got you.
Yeah.
They get a manila folder.
Instead of an electronic connection. Yep. That wouldn't be a showstopper for me.
No, not for me either.
I just am curious, that's all.
Yeah, no, it's good to know.
And I didn't see anything in here about bonded or insured.
I told her that we have a lot of bonds. Oh, her being
No,
bonded,
yes.
insured.
Yes, because of her access.
Right.
That's a good point.
I just think that that's important that and I don't know if that goes with the person who's assigned for it that has to be personally bonded, or if it goes to the company. I'm not sure about that. And then if we're going outside, just to check with our insurance company to see if we're covered for insurance for, or, what our limitations or exposures are for an outside contractor with negligent, fraud, theft, those kind of things.
I'd be in favor of moving forward with this, though.
So do you want a resolution at the next meeting, assuming Kevin comes back with answers to all of those things?
Yes.
I would.
So bonding and insurance, and then our insurance company, are we covered for using a contractor for?
And we need to understand if we need to purchase a seat for access to these other softwares.
Their website does not state anything specifically about their bond status, so that would be a question to ask them as well as ask our insurance company. But their website, with a quick AI lookup, doesn't show anything, so, for whatever that's worth.
It looks like we're moving along here potentially pretty fast. And Gene did say, like, between the two prices we got, are we really looking at the same services? From what I tell about this lady here, she's very competent in everything, but is she really providing all the same services that the accountant that we have right now? For what I gather, I guess she does, but,
And Dave, the reason I asked that is because the list that Statement Accounting provided for what they were providing was 15 items, and what Dwayne provided was a paragraph of continuing these 4 bullet items. and adding that on. So that was like the disparity between the two. And you
If
said
you want to speak,
verified them.
if you want to speak in executive session, we can speak in executive session. I'm not going to speak publicly on the performance of one or the other, you know.
Oh, I didn't know if that was the question. I didn't take that as
Oh,
the
you,
question.
you asked, are we getting our,
No, I just wondering if she just sent out a proposal, or you asked for a proposal, which I'm glad you did. I'm just wondering if she's actually doing what we need to have done. And I guess that she does. I'm just wondering why the prices are so different. That's all, just like, did we miss something that she, I don't know.
this is what she does.
Okay,
That's, I guess this, that's probably how I
Yeah.
can explain. This is
Yeah.
what they do, municipal accounting.
Yep.
And then,
and then even Dwayne said that if he is hired, he may have somebody else do it for him, which would be a whole lot less than his hourly rate. So he was very variable too, like, this is gonna be the max I'm gonna charge you, but it may go way down, so. We need a bookkeeper, I agree.
okay.
But
I'll
I'm not-
I'll talk to Dwayne again and see if he can get us a better proposal. And I'll talk to Statements.
Well,
Get the
I mean,
questions answered. We
regardless
gotta-
of who's
we-
selected,
You have
right,
more
we have to-
questions,
yeah,
let's
we've
get
gotta-
the answers
We've got to
to
get that, but
Yep.
Dave, I think, you know, initially at first glance, and it's hard to say whether the scope matches, but at first glance, the hourly rate is dramatically different.
Yeah.
You know, Dwayne was 325 and she was 75, and that could account for such a disparity.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get more information on that, and then we'll get back to you. In the meantime, Dwayne is still printing the checks and doing the end of the month reports
Okay.
and budget modifications.
This for statements, is there a term in which we
Yeah.
agree?
Till the end of the year. Executed second day of April, I thought it was till the end of the year.
Well, I see where payment for services, there's the monthly rate, and then there's the annual rate.
Terms of
But it
agreement will
says-
affect
It's
April
December
2nd,
31st.
December
yeah,
31st.
2026.
Oh,
So
okay.
it would be till the end of this year, and then we'd have to sign another one or decide if we want to continue.
Yeah. I think a reasonable date that we, you know, if, is May 1st for a transition.
Okay.
So we can close out a month and.
Yep.
Um,
Perfect. I will try to get those questions answered.
Okay.
And bring it back. All right, that's all I have there. Anybody have any questions for me?
No.
Good.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, just thank you very much.
All right, 9.1 resolutions.
9.1, resolution approving abstract number 6.
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion?
None.
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 Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
Aye.
9.2, resolution authorizing the purchase of 2 sewer pumps.
Didn't we say this is gonna be
So-
one sewer pump?
We did, but I'll make the motion. And then we can change it in discussion.
So moved.
Discussion. He did it, you seconded?
Right.
Or He made the motion.
Oh,
you
sorry,
seconded. That's all
sorry.
right, no, that's fine, so second.
I'll second it.
it's
And then
discussion.
my discussion point is we should amend this to be one pump initially. And down the road, if we have to enter into a second pump, that way we're not restocking 2 based off of that discussion.
What's the amount for the one pump? One pump was
7,425. And Greg, that's consistent with what what you thought we could do? Okay. I amend my motion to reflect the cost of 7,425 for one pump.
amended.
So, oh, second the amended motion.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have none.
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 Mr. Slota.
Aye.
Mr. Simonis.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert.
Aye.
Mr. Warden.
Aye.
Just updating that resolution. 9.3, resolution authorizing budget transfers.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Questions? Concerns?
I have none.
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 Mr. Slota.
Aye.
Mr. Simonis.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert.
Aye.
Mr. Warden.
Aye.
9.4, resolution authorizing technical correction for congressional earmark.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
What was the, why are we doing this?
So this is the $2 million bond, or excuse me, the $2 million congressional grant from the sewer project that we cannot use for the sewer project. We brought this up, and we could use it for the clean water project. So Municipal Solutions said we talked to them, and they said we have to do a resolution, and then we have to do a letter.
Right.
Showing that the board's accepting to move it to the water project.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
None.
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 Mr. Slota.
Aye.
Mr. Simonis.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert.
Aye.
Mr. Warden.
Aye.
And I believe you folks had
Oh, there's one more.
discussed the authorizing the repair of that vehicle. So the resolution authorizing repair of vehicle that was underneath Greg's report, which would be resolution 9.5.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
None.
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 Mr.
None.
Slota.
Aye.
Mr. Simonis.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert.
Aye.
Mr. Warden.
Aye. All right, this is it for resolutions. Future board topics?
Let me just see where that is.
So we have Carmichael Road paving on there. Are we gonna still do that next meeting?
You ready to do that next week?
Yes.
We caught you.
We have Mr. Arnold's EDU concerns. He spoke at the last meeting about his two-family.
I'm fine with that being on there. We have all the documents and everything, right?
Yeah, I'll get with Greg.
Okay.
I got most of it. Yeah, but I got some of the other information. And the procurement policy discussion. Do we have anything for that for the next meeting?
I don't even know where that's at, to be honest with everyone.
So you just want to TBD that, or?
I gave you some, I don't know if that'll be, I don't know if I can get
No,
everything we need for that by next meeting, so bring on when you guys get us stuff. That's,
I would like to keep it on because
Okay.
Darren did get us this, so at least we could,
Oh, today.
at least we can review this and get some comments back to him on the other stuff. And then the other items that were on it were the procurement policy, actual driving down into the weeds on the vendors and stuff. So we just keep that on the list until we get it
Okay.
checked off.
Do you want the time clocks back on there for that, or do you want me to send you the information,
Yeah, somebody send me the policy, and then
or do you want that for the end of the month?
No,
we can make that on the 29th, but in the meantime, send
Okay.
Yep.
that documentation so I know exactly what we were talking about.
Yep, but we can put it on for the 29th.
And then on the 15th, if I've reviewed that documentation by then, I might say, well, we can take this off, or if
Okay.
anybody else reviews it and has questions, obviously.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a resolution for the Humane Society. next month?
Yeah, for sure.
I'll have a resolution for sale of equipment.
Yes.
So-
And then I'll have the information for you to discuss for the purchase of that truck.
The financials for that?
Financials,
Okay.
What it costs and how we're gonna go about doing that. To the best of my ability. And then
Castle Creek.
get streaks on them.
Yep.
Salt shed, I'll have.
And that's what I had.
If you're okay with that, ready to go for the next meeting, barring everything goes well with what we get back from them and okay with that. But I want it on there, cause I wanna get moving, because I have a deadline on that, and they're supposed to be sending us out stuff in the beginning of May, is what the last email I got, and what the website says, for the grant process. So, once they give us that, once PUC gives us that, it puts us in a timeline, I don't know exactly timeline. That's all I know up here on that.
Alex, did you hear that?
Did-
Don't worry, I will,
No.
tomorrow morning.
Oh, my
I
God.
got this taken care of.
Oh,
He's coming tomorrow.
It's getting late.
Alex, will you be prepared to discuss the vestibule?
I'm not in the country tomorrow afternoon until the 12th.
You're not in the country? Are you going to Canada?
I'm gonna be in Greece for that.
Oh, Greece.
Okay, so,
I'm keeping up with his, RFP of vestibule lighting.
can we do that for the 29th?
I'll have my back and forth comments for you.
We really need to get this discussion moving for the vestibule.
Yeah, I was expecting to have it tonight, so. I just don't wanna be in the same predicament with the discussion with the salt shed. So. We can have the conversation next meeting on the,
Why don't-
on the vestibule, because we've got his comments.
Yeah,
Send the
why
information,
don't-
let's have it.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think we need to have that conversation,
Put her
right?
on there.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Put her on there.
Please find room to receive the bids for the wastewater operation. Up to the day. I'll have a quick recommendation for that. What we received,
Do you want that on a, do you want to do your report, or do you want it?
my report, it'll be real quick.
Okay.
Do it in your report.
Do it under
That's fine.
DPW.
I also have,
You
Are
want-
we doing resolutions and everything for that, or,
I don't believe so.
okay.
You want to just send the information to the board?
the board received.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, I did. Yep, yep, yep.
Well, I mean, you can decide, you can prepare a resolution if you want to, whatever you want to do.
We should have a discussion on that.
Hold off a little bit.
That went out today?
No, yesterday.
Oh, okay.
I got one other thing, I wanna do, put out an RFP.
From you?
Generator maintenance. I wanna get that out to you.
Got it.
So, what?
Generator maintenance RFP.
Oh, an RFP for,
One with the help from Alex and Nate, so, we get that on the next agenda, or the following one, either way.
do you think we can get that RFP on the next one for, we're reviewing it, is what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay. RFP for generator maintenance? Do you want that?
It's been reviewed by Alex and by Nate?
I gotta, I've gotta look at it still, but I doubt there'll be too much to do on it. I've already commented to Greg, it's gonna be less than $20,000 a year most likely, so we don't have to do a formal RFP, but he'd like to do it anyway, so. There's have probably maybe some minor tweaks to it, but he's getting pretty good at putting these together.
Yes, please.
Yes, we'll do it under a resolution. We can put it back up to the resolution. Okay.
Do we want to see that RFP before it goes out, or?
Yeah, I think next meeting. He's,
Can he
he
just
was
send
gonna
it
submit
out?
it next meeting for us to review, and then if we give our okay on it.
Yeah, I just didn't, I don't, that's fine. I don't need to see his RFP, it's his scope. It's not like I'm gonna have input on him changing what the scope is.
That's true. Do you want to just send it? Then let them send it. Let them work with them and send it. I'm just.
No, I'm just interjecting the conversation. I mean, to send out an RFP, we have to approve the contract once it's there. And if we get a copy of the RFP and all that stuff, I don't wanna hold them up for a month.
There you go. Got it? All right. Take it. That makes sense. Okay.
What's that? Here's the RFP, here's the procurement policy, how we met it, here's our proposals, and here's our recommendation.
All right. Anybody have anything else? We're cut short on time. We gotta-
Resolution, time clock, everything, you guys picked up everything, so I'm good.
Okay.
So your ongoing wastewater treatment plant issue needs to be talked about by you guys with the contractor.
Does it? I thought it was back in B&L's court. They made the recommendation to the 18th. We
Okay.
said, okay, and we left it with them that if there's anything different, either submit something or make a claim.
Yeah.
I don't
All
know
right,
what else there is.
Because again,
I know,
I'm
but
trying
I'm-
not being, I don't want you guys to lose
No.
track of it.
No, but I don't think there's any more discussion to have on it at this juncture, do you?
The only discussion is that we've got to resolve who's gonna be dealing with the legal portion of it, because it can't go any further without,
That
B&L cannot go any further than what you just stated, and it not involve an attorney. So if
Right,
you-
but there's
if-
nothing that's come to us.
Bless you.
Right, we should resolve that ahead of time, because
Yes.
there's anticipation that is going to happen.
Yes.
But at this juncture, there isn't any more conversation for us to have regarding that issue.
No.
All right, do we have enough for next week? Or, excuse me, 2 weeks? I think we got a
Yeah.
lot on there.
Mhm.
Because I'll bring back the bookkeeper update information. And then, all right, I think that's, we had the Bennett's that spoke in the beginning of the meeting. Do you want to put that on the future agenda? What? The paper road thing that, they did call my office. I talked to everybody around the town, and there's just nothing there's nothing I can do. There's nothing that the board has to, we went through this before. I mean, I don't want to get into the big discussion on it, but unless there's new information. I know, because there's new information, we don't.
I don't know what we do, Kevin.
I sent
I
Nate
have to
my
ask.
info from the last round, just so you know. Mr. Bradstreet has some landlocked parcels that access via that paper street technically.
So you said it to Nate?
I did, just so you're aware of that.
Okay. I'll talk to Nate.
There are a couple other parcels potentially involved.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think we're good for future topics.
Yep.
All right, so we have one executive session
For,
Mr. Gavin Stiles.
I didn't see him there.
I didn't see him there, and I didn't
Yeah.
see it on the agenda.
Can't put executive sessions on the agenda.
No, you can't, but you can put a topic on the agenda that we're gonna discuss it.
I didn't think I thought we discussed this last meeting.
Whether or not a topic is an executive session topic is not the same as whether or not it's an agenda item. That's all I'm saying. I didn't see it on the agenda. I didn't think he was here. I didn't even see Gavin back in the corner. But he's here.
He's here. I make a motion to go into executive session and have Mr. Gavin Stiles join us.
Second.
I didn't
For
even prep
matters
for it.
relating to the potential employment of Mr. Gavin Stiles.
What he said.
I'll second that.
Did you close the open forum too? We're doing that later.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Slota?
Aye.
Mr. Simonis?
Aye.
Mr. Jensen?
Aye.
Mr. Hulbert?
Aye.
Mr. Warden?
So didn't do open forum. Did anybody want to speak? Can you go home? Yeah, I don't.
Sorry I didn't catch you sooner.
Mr. Pratt, did you want to speak? Okay. All right.
Do you folks want me in this? Kevin, do you want me to go?
Yeah.
You want me to go in there?
Would you like me?
Yeah.
Sure.
I would maybe ask that we have a 2 or 3 minute conversation before Gavin come in.
Okay. That's fine. Let's do it.
Yes, they do. Son of a crap, I gotta wait for GDL. Cause I gotta get. Yo, I'm not gonna hire anybody until January 1st of next year. So from November, December, January, Hoffman Drive isn't getting plowed. I'm not gonna. No, I'm, no, I will not. And I can do that. I don't have enough money.
I would reach out to the applicant and say that how many people want to hire, but at this current time, we've
We're
got
gonna lose
hired.
every single applicant I got. So you're seeing that to me,
Tried to help.
like right now? No, like right now. Send it first. I'm supposed to be out Monday. I'm supposed to be out, I was getting cut yesterday. You know, I like off the hook.
Tuesday afternoon we'll have them all in.
Tell Wallace
I
Road.
let you off. Oh, you know, Fowler hasn't called. He doesn't wanna call me. Inch and a half, they're an inch and a half working in less than 35 minutes.
Yeah, they said it was 2 inches in 20 minutes.
Had my phone in there, I would've taken a picture, but I sure wasn't going back to my truck, get my phone in the back out the corner, right? That pipe was running 3/4 full. 3/4 full of pipe, the ditch, was, cause it had stopped.
Did you end up with any
And there's a little bit of
debris load?
We cleaned it up.
Woody stuff?
A little
or-
bit of wood.
And we've cleaned it up twice. Let's knock on wood. Yay.
Yeah, I watched the concrete footers, that's what I worry about on that one, scoured on the footers. I'm not too worried about stuff moving anywhere, but I don't want the footers destroyed.
We're gonna have to do the other one.
I didn't see a response from them. I didn't see a
Yeah, I
response
saw
from them.
one. She asked you to respond back with, she asked you to respond back, if there was anything newer than the 2018 and whatnot. She did, the BMTS, she did respond back, just wait for a response from you.
No,
No,
she
no,
did, there was
I
something
didn't do any
else.
other bridges.
There's no money. for this, she said that she
Yeah,
did
no,
it.
that, there's no money. I think it said Berkshire bond. Well, might be, this one's in, now, he had, the Parkman, Parkman Road, and we came back from, Bridge to Culver, on the Marcellus area. And he said, Cameron, that congressional campground, you know, they trained that we thought
know, better than Johnson City.
All right, do we have anything else tonight? Nobody wants to speak?
So
Oh,
you have to identify action was taken in executive session. Executive session minutes will be prepared and circulated.
okay, action was taken in an executive session. We'll have minutes prepared and circulated after the fact.
In accordance with the statute.
In accordance with the statutes. All right, anybody else have anything?
Nothing.
Sorry.
Well, do we
I've-
have
I
a
have
motion to
nothing.
adjourn? Oh, you have something?
I have nothing.
Oh. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.